Alright. Welcome to the RedDeathMask stream. Sorry about that, folks. We had a bit of a false start there. I was trying to just hook up my Bluetooth and test some things out, and we don't want infinite IKEA. That's not good. Yeah, I was just trying to basically test some things out, and my computer completely shit the bed, and the stream collapsed. But I think we're back up now. Hopefully we will be back up. So and we can get started on reading some stories here. So exciting stuff. This is the life of streaming on a shitty laptop. I hope this is well, I know this is the right stream, but I hope that it sends people to this one actually live. I guess they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out sooner rather than later, because that video will end in about it's happened before. I don't know really what the problem is fully. I know it's something to do with my display adapter or whatever with my laptop. It hits the bed, the visuals start to go like crap out, and then basically everything follows shortly after. So but here we are. We are here. We are gonna read some scary stories, and I'm looking forward to it. Hope you are too. We got a lot on the docket. First and foremost, we're gonna start with The Language That Spreads, and then The Last Days of John Rott. Those are the two stories that I wanted to read on the last episode and I didn't get to, so I want to make sure to start with those. I also might, they're on my phone or somehow during the stream, try to message out to some of these people whose stories I'm reading and let them know. They're already aware, basically everyone whose story I'm reading today commented on this post in some form or another. So yeah, I've got a lot of stories to read in the docket, so we better get to it. Trying to think if there's anything recently in the Creepcast universe that I want to talk about that the only real one that I can think about is that Patreon, they're making up a bunch of content, and or they, not a bunch, but they owe some content because Isaiah was moving, and so we're gonna have some hopefully Patreon subscribers are gonna be eating good for a while, where we're gonna get a few bonus things dropped within a short amount of time. So I'm looking forward to that. I also want somebody to ask them, or somehow I want it to get to Isaiah and Hunter. I want to know if with this live show, this charity show that they're doing in Chicago, if they are going to release a live video of that too on Creepcast, or on Spotify, whatever. Because I liked the live. I know it was cut up from a bunch of different shows, and this would be one show, but I think it would be really cool if they just filmed the whole thing and released it, from start to finish, just watching one show. After the night, of course, like it doesn't have to be live streamed or anything, but I just think that would be really cool. Because yeah, I liked especially like Mayhem Mountain with the fan interaction. I thought that was a lot of fun. and I just liked the back and forth, but obviously I think it'll be super fun because it's Halloween stuff and seeing them dressed up. So I don't know why they wouldn't release it, but I really hope they're not thinking about like, oh, we released the last one, we don't need to release this one. I really hope they do. And then on top of that, like I'd like to see a kind of a behind the scenes, because I want to see what, or not, maybe not behind the scenes, but just like like how they have these whatever diaries of shows where it's like you can see all the people dressed up and all that stuff. I just think it would be super fun. And then yeah, so I'm hoping they're having like a videographer to just document the whole kind of experience, maybe from start to finish. I'd also like to see like behind the scenes, as if they're dressing up and if they're doing like full makeup and stuff like they said. I'd like to see them like, sitting in the chair and like, ribbing each other and stuff like that. I think it would be a good kind of what do they call, it wasn't off the record. It'd be a good like off the record content kind of thing. So yeah, but without too much further ado, I saw that Rude Dude was in here earlier. I hope you found your way into this stream, Rude Dude. Sorry, I was having a little technical difficulties. Hopefully you are here. But yeah, here, let's watch a little bit more of the ranking Leprechaun video, and I'm gonna try to send out you messages real quick.
Unattractive, but she looks fine. And they just put like a wig on her. They're like, look how old she is. Ew. But Loretta's like, well, if you aren't such a fucking pussy, you'll go and sell that stupid ass watch of yours. And he's like, but my grandpa gave me this. It's his World War II watch. It's priceless. She's like, the biggest mistake a gambler can make is walking away from the table right when he's about to hit big. So he walks across the street to the pawn shop where the Leprechaun's at. Who knows where the fuck Gooped is at? They're having a tussle in the back. The Leprechaun's counting his gold coins, but Scotty finds one of them. And as he's holding it, he says, I wish I was on a winning streak. And sure enough, he shows back up at the Shamrock Casino, and he is winning big time. He's moving his chips around, and they're moving on their own with some kind of leprechaun magic. And finally, there's something that shows some leprechaun magic. I'll say that. There's something that can at least show that this leprechaun does some kind of magic besides being able to do a woman's voice pretty good. Because that's all, and make go-karts. You know what I mean?
That's right, us leprechauns have tons of magic.
There's going to be a new leprechaun for every one of these movies, isn't there? Where did you even... You are ugly. He's so... I look at him. You're breathing so heavily, too. You have a CPAP machine?
I have sleep apnea.
I bet you do. You also look like you have rickets. I just found out what rickets were because I was noticing in these movies that Warwick Davis's legs, they're bowed. Didn't know that's what rickets was. Had no idea. Hey, you learn a little something new every day, don't you, little guy?
Don't call me that.
Okay. But I think Loretta begins to notice that like the kid has like a magical abilities. There's a pit boss named Mitch. There's like a weird dichotomy between Mitch, this magician that Tammy's working for named Fazio, and Loretta. So Loretta's like, hey, that kid, he has a magical ability, because Mitch is like, this guy just won big. We're gonna give you a free room because he's gonna gamble it all the way tomorrow. Sure. Fazio, while Scott's taking a break, shows up to his room and just like kicks the shit out of Scott for a second and throws a smoke pellet and leaves and takes his coin. And Scott's like, what the hell's going on? I got mugged. So the leprechaun immediately shows up after that and bites him and runs off. And this is where actually something pretty sweet is. Scott begins to turn into a leprechaun
hey,
like
what's
werewolf
up, Rude
thing.
Dude? Glad you found your way back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So yeah, that's the other thing I forgot. I want to introduce the queue today. These are the stories we got in the tank for today. So first we've got The Language That Spreads from SamDenner. Then we've got The Last Days of John Rott. Then we've got I Know What the End of the World Sounds Like, But No One Believes Me, Part 1. So this is a series, I think it's like maybe a 5-part series. Or maybe it's, anyways, it's a series. We're going to at least read this first post. We might go into some of the other parts, I'm not sure, but I at least wanted to dip my toes into this story. because yeah, both this guy's story, this Discord, from Discord 0742, he sent me two different series that are both pretty long. So I think I'm just, because this is his more recent one, I'm just gonna start this one, and who knows, if we like it, maybe we'll read more, or if not, we got something to just read for the future. After we start it. And then we've got The Empty, complete short story, which again, says it's multiple parts or whatever, but it all is on one post, so I'll just read everything that's here. And then we've got No Pulse, which is a two-parter, but it's only a two-parter, so I just figure I'm gonna try to read the whole thing. And it's the only story, I think, from AuxIilary, at least the only story he sent me. So I'm gonna try to get to that one. And then we have this one, which is a cool title too. I am subject I-Core 7. I was born to contain something not human, which is just a really fun title too. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. If you're watching this on the VOD afterwards, thank you so much for watching. If you submitted a story, thank you so much. I'm gonna keep trying to cover pretty much anyone who sent me a story. The only thing is, if they're a really long series, or if they're a multi-part series, I gotta be kind of tactful about how I go about it. So yeah, I'm gonna at least try to read the first part of your series, and then who knows, maybe I'll just do a separate live stream that's like, so that way I can just put it in the title and be like, No Pulse, or what, or whatever it may be. Whatever the story is, and the live stream is just of that story. So, but if not, I'm gonna try to get into some parts and just see what happens. Because yeah, I do like to just read from different authors. I don't like to get, I don't know if bogged down's the right word, but I can't think of a better one. I don't like to get bogged down in just one author or just one story for the whole stream. Because yeah, part of the fun of horror and of short stories is just that they can go anywhere, and you never know what's around the corner. And so for me, I feel like I lose some of that when I'm just reading one story most of the time. You know what I mean? I might have to pair the series to a few series together, and read them one part at a time, like I did with No Strings Attached and Ross Road. Like, I kind of read those where I read part 1 of one, then I read part 1 and 2 of the other, then I read, I just kind of bounced back and forth that way over multiple streams, and I think that might be a way to do it too. It just all depends on what I have the time and ability to do. But no more puttering around. Let's get started. Let's get a little music going here, and let's get into The Language That Spreads from SamDenner. Entry 1, phoneme. That's how you know it's gonna be good, because it uses the word like phonemes at the beginning, and I'm like, we are getting into some history of language type shit. Yeah, I remember I took a class that was like all about the sound of language and how it kind of evolves and all that stuff, and we use the word phoneme a lot in that class. But when I saw it at the beginning of this story, I was like, you know this is gonna be some in-depth, like, you know, language virus takes over a classroom type of story was my first impression of the story. I have no idea if that's where the story's going, but that's just my initial sort of you know, impression. So I'm gonna maybe, you know, and I maybe want to start doing that in the future. I wanna speculate a little bit more about, you know, what I think a story might be about, because then either I can, you know, just be wrong, or I'm right, or I can be pleasantly surprised. Yeah, great title for sure. So, all right, entry 1, phonemes. I first noticed something peculiar. This is something, if you heard me read stories, I can never say peculiar the first time. I will always say peculiar. I first noticed something peculiar. See, it did it again. Peculiar. In one of my 9th graders. His name is Philip. I am in English as a foreign language teacher, and I had the same class last year. And I had him as well. Okay, I see. But after the holidays, he had trouble in everything relating to English. Vocabulary, grammar, you name it. Philip was really advanced in English. But I can't take all the credit for that, because he put in the work by himself, and he used to be terminally online, which did wonders for his English language skills. Yeah, so pause here. Wish I could pause the music here. I wonder about that. You know, it does seem like the internet in some ways has made people more multilingual. And I'm often surprised by just how many people that I've like commented with online or talk, and they're like, it turns out like English is not their first language, or, you know, they're like, yeah, I can read and write English, but I don't really speak it, like, you know. And I just, it's kind of fascinating to me as an American who only speaks English, and really, you know, doesn't have any second language skills. I mean, I took Spanish in high school, but I don't speak Spanish. Yeah, it's fascinating to me because you know, sometimes you're told as like an English speaker, as an American, oh well, most places speak English, most people, but then like, you know, other people tell you, like, you know, don't be that traveler that just assumes that whatever people are going to speak English to you. Like, try to learn the language, try to, you know, blah blah blah. And so it's interesting, and it's an interesting place for this story. Yeah, slept through Spanish and pass with the C. Absolutely Discord. Yeah, I spent the whole time, you know, whatever, flirting with my high school girlfriend and just trying to avoid the teacher because I didn't like him. So I was like, don't call on me, you know. But yeah, the other thing I was gonna say, it is interesting for our character to be in this sort of situation where they're teaching English to students in another country, I presume, you know, and that's just interesting because we already know they're kind of a fish out of water. You know, they're the foreigner in a foreign land who you know, maybe doesn't know all the customs or whatever else, and then I think that's a really smart like starting, I guess, for a horror story is my initial reaction to this setting and the character in it, the main character. You're you're teaching English to um you know the students from a foreign country, at least foreign to you. You know, I think that's really smart because you could do a lot of cool things with it. You know, there's probably a lot of cultural like myths and stuff that you might not completely understand that might just be like the foundation of the culture. So yeah, I think it's really interesting start. I'm digging it. Uh, which did wonders for his English language skills. In the beginning, I thought it was uh, the rust that always settles during the holidays, but that mainly applies to maths. Language skills usually don't take a hit like that. Not like that. And especially not for someone like Philip who uh, uses English in their online every day. I think they mean like uses English online every day. Would would probably it's just a minimal typo there, but or in their online life every day, maybe just move life over. Um, in the last vocab test, Phillips wrote the word. In the last vocab test, Philip wrote the word symbols not available or tongue or Zunje. I'm gonna butcher all the German in this, or Zunje in German, his native language, which I found odd. I have this rule mainly for students whose first language isn't German, okay? That when you cannot say something in German, but you know the meaning of the English word, you can write the corresponding word in your native language and you will still get points. Redacted, okay. Yeah, I mean, to an English speaking American, languages are very hard. I think it doesn't help to live in a country like America where, I mean, yeah, we have like plenty of people speaking Spanish. I hear some other languages sometimes, but it's not like I can just take a train and go to another country. You know what I mean? We're a lot more isolated in Canada. You know, they all speak either French or English, so it's like I think Americans for sure are at kind of a disadvantage when it comes to just even trying to speak another language or immerse yourself. But you know, maybe one day, because I do think if I watch enough stuff that's in a foreign language, I do start to pick up words and things. So I do think like if I did it enough and if I like if I watched a bunch of say let's just take German for instance. If I started to watch a bunch of German like movies and TV shows and horror movies and stuff like I do think I would pick up some stuff, but it's just it can be brutal, especially if you don't already kind of know some of another language to try to learn, you know? Um, and still get points if I can look it up online. I'm testing your English vocab, not your German vocab, after all. That's a pretty. See, and what I like about this line right here, this tells us cool teacher, right? Like once you know, wants to help the kids learn, wants to give them kind of a way to still get some points. And if they're not going to get an A, it's like maybe they could still get a B on a test or something like that. So cool teacher too. However, I couldn't find anything relating to this word. I always had the impression that I was quite good at placing languages, yet I feel that the word is used correctly and want to award him the point for symbols not available, especially because Philip would get a better grade and he is somewhat in a downward spiral lately. He used to do so well in English. Oh, is it? I talked to my colleagues in the English department about it. They don't know anything about it either, yet they also feel that the word is somehow correct. See, okay, yeah, see, it's got a magical, there's a magical element to this language. I mean, obviously, figure that, but the language makes you feel like it's right. You know what I mean? It has that sort of comes off that way. That's interesting. It's such an interesting idea to have a haunted language. I mean, if that is where the story's truly going, yeah, I just think that's so interesting. But in the end, I begrudgingly couldn't give Philip the point for the word. Yeah, it's got some psychoactive effect, exactly. But bad grades aside, he started mumbling strange sounds that feel like they belong linguistically to... Okay, yeah, it's saying symbols not available to the word. Okay, so I want to wrote the word for tongue, or Zung in German. Okay, so the word he was supposed to write in English, I guess, was tongue, but he wrote this, which he's redacting there, or maybe by signal not or symbols not available. She's or he, I guess I don't know that this is a woman. It's saying like this language. This is only a spoken language, you know. This isn't a written language, so they literally don't have symbols to describe what he's saying, you know. Quite good at placing languages, yet I feel that the word... Oh, wait. Sorry, here, we're down here. He started mumbling strange sounds that I feel like they belong linguistically to the symbols not available word. It's hard to describe, but I have the impression that he is practicing pronunciation. Phonemes are the smallest linguistic unit, distinguishing meaning. Those sounds didn't form anything recognizable or comprehensible, but they reminded me of my two-year-old's first experiments with language and sounds in general. Yeah, so it's like when instead of a kid saying dog, they'll go da, you know, because that's the phoneme. It's da, g. That would be like the two phoneme, you know. Which is not the same thing as syllable. Some people think it is, but it's not, because dog is one syllable. But phonemes are literally the sounds that your mouth is making. So it's like, you know, not, you have the n, t phonemes, I think. So maybe it's 3 phonemes, like just in the word not alone. But, yeah, I forget exactly how it's broken up. I think maybe it's each letter has a phoneme unless it's silent, or I don't remember the exact correlation, but yeah, it's that's how children learn to speak. So it's interesting. It's almost like he's regressed, like his mind was made a blank slate in order to learn this new language, sort of thing. They had a subliminal structure, like music. You somehow already know what kind of phoneme comes next. It's like when you know which note comes next in a familiar song. Sounds without meaning, yet they leave an imprint in your mind, like a melody stuck in your head. I told him to knock it off multiple times, and that worked briefly. You could see him tense up. And getting uneasy. Like there was some kind of pressure building up inside him, and then his mumbling continued. After the lesson, I told him to stay, and I tried to talk to him. The conversation went like this. What is up with the mumbling? You are disrupting class and just won't stop. I don't know. I have to practice. Practice what? To speak. What kind of language is this anyway? I don't know. I heard it online and it just comes to me. But I need to get better. I'm all for learning new languages, that's literally my job. But you need to do it in your spare time. This is my and your English lesson. I don't need another language interfering with English. On your last vocab test, you underachieved like crazy. But I won't need English anymore. I need this new language. I must have raised an eyebrow. Look, Mr. Denner, I cannot explain it. This is important. I have to get better at it. It's more important than English, or school, or life in general. Something about the way he said the last sentence got me worried. Well, if it's so important to you, then do it quietly. I don't want to have this conversation again. I will, Mr. Denner. Is this some kind of online trend? No, Mr. Denner. I tried to read his face. Is anything else bothering you? You know you can talk to me, or the counselor. No, Mr. Denner. He looked past me, eyes trained on the door, glazing over. I had enough teacher-student talks to know that this conversation wasn't going anywhere, so I let him go after I told him again that he was free to practice his new language in his spare time, but not during lesson. Don't understand. I must practice. You can't stop the flow. But I promise I can do it quietly. Maybe it's his ADHD acting up, I shrugged. If I can't stop him, maybe I can regulate it down to a tolerable level until it burns itself out. Okay, but keep it down. I will, Mr. Denner. And thus his mumbling continued, but it was a lot quieter. Couldn't hear it from about 2 paces away, and thus it was more tolerable. He seemed hell-bent to create sounds that the human vocal tract was not meant to produce. I walked by him keenly, and I have to admit, the longer he practiced it, the better it sounded. I had no complaints from the other students, so I saw no further need to reprimand him. Entry 2, morphemes. See, this is fun, and to me this is like, I mean, obviously this is a cool format for like a teacher narrator that each entry in the story, each part of the story, you know, it's kind of like a chapter name or whatever, but it's got a little bit of a lesson to it. And it's a really smart way to write because, you know, so much can be, you know, relayed in you know, morphemes. Like morpheme is such a cool word anyway. So is phoneme, but it's like, maybe, you know, maybe in this we have the word morph, you know, so maybe he's gonna start changing, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it works on several different levels in a cool way, but it's like, it's a good way to, how do I put this? Like, some people in each part of their story, whether they're really long parts or really short parts, it's like the story is just a continuation, and there's no like definitive theme from one part to another. Whereas in this story with these entries, we're getting a sense that, like, okay, in the first part, it was the very first little croppings up of this language. You know, it's just the very first kid trying to speak it and whatever else. And then in this new one, maybe multiple kids are gonna start speaking it, whatever. And so it's very like smart, well-defined way to make sure that your story has these you know, whatever, like the notes on a hero's journey or whatever. Like, it's supposed to have like a beginning, a rising action, or whatever, all that shit. You know, it's a very good way to build story structure, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, mass hysteria direction with the whole class speaking this language. Yes, well, I believe the whole class is going to speak it. I also think that all the teachers are going to be speaking it. And then I also wonder, I think the language might change them as well. I don't know if it will like totally physically change them, but I believe that, you know, language, you know, I mean, language can do some pretty incredible things when you think about like hypnosis or like brainwashing and all that type of stuff. So if you take that even a few steps farther, it's like there's really no telling. Maybe people who have this command of this language can get people to do, you know, things against their will, even like stuff like that. It can go a lot of interesting ways. I put on pants to get up and watch this. LOL. Hi. Well, I appreciate that. It's from Dukes of Hazzard, but the guy's like, that might be worth putting my pants on for. That's what that made me think of. Literally the next day, I kicked myself for allowing him to continue with his shenanigans. Because his immediate neighbors, Edgar and George, started mimicking him. I should have seen this coming from a mile away. They have always been trouble starters, yelling insults, throwing things, the whole 9 yards of disruptive behavior. But I am an idiot. They would not let this, they would not let a chance like this pass. Just to be funny with their creative behavior. I must admit that those two are on my watch list, because you need to stomp out any kindling of their disruptions before they spread like wildfire. First, they smacked their lips and swallowed hard. This tickled my teaching senses because they usually do this when they're chewing bubble gum. Then they started licking their lips like they had something stuck on their tongue. Then they joined in creating those sounds as well. At first they just mimicked Philip's sounds, and it sounded wrong. Well, not wrong, but simply not as it should be. Like someone who is speaking with a heavy accent. You could hear the intent, but it was off, like a guitar string out of tune. You can hear the melody, and you know how it should sound, but it didn't fit onto the backing track. However, both quickly adapted and got in tune with Philip until they chimed into Philip's phonetic experiment flawlessly. It was bizarre to hear. After a while, Edgar and George became the backing track, and Philip started to form different sounds, like an a cappella band. I cannot imagine that they met up and planned this thing, as Philip usually doesn't get along with Edgar and George too well. They had their scuffles in the past, but can now coexist peacefully in the same vicinity without any major incidents. See, so it's creating like a hive mind thing, of course. They keep babbling for the entire period and don't miss a beat as far as I can tell. It just went on and on and on. With more voices, those dislodged phonemes became something akin to syllables. I realized why Philip sounded so incomplete the day before. He needed more tongues to form those syllables. Oh, interesting. Positive side effect was that the babbling seemed to calm Edgar and George. Seemed to calm Edgar and George's rampant behavior. With the mumbling, their class disruption ceased. Instead, they were so preoccupied with their practice, the other students didn't seem to mind, so I saw no need to interfere there. The professional in me wanted his normal lessons back, but this felt right, so why bother? Progress requires brave people who walk new paths. Yeah, I know. More tongues to form. Yeah, more tongues to form those syllables is low-key very wild. And I'm wondering if it's saying that, like, the three of them all together are able to form the one syllable with the sounds they make. Or if it's saying, like, you know, each person needs to have whatever 2 or 3 tongues in order to make the sounds, which I don't know, might kind of be the same thing, but I'm wondering if we're gonna get like somebody's gonna like cut their tongue in half to try to, you know, like something like that. I wonder if we're gonna get some like body like that where they're like, I needed to say the words or whatever, and they're like, take a razor and just, that'd be pretty metal. That'd be awesome. Yeah, basically this is a teacher whose job is to teach language, English language to non-English speaking students. I assume in Germany, because German is like the other main language that they speak. And this kid just randomly one day starts making all these crazy noises, and the teacher's like, stop, and he's like, I can't, I have to practice. So that's pretty much all you missed, Boots. Yeah, like a choir of voices that form one word, exactly. Yeah. Walk new paths. Then the last row started mumbling these strange sounds. With more voices, the auditory quality of their babbling improved, but my lesson quality degraded. The students who spoke this language oscillated between receptive quietness and productive frenzy, apathy and mania. It was uncomfortable to watch. It came in waves. The stillness and the fur. Stillness and the fur. At least some of them tried to learn English, and I could get some of my lesson done when they were not overcome with their compulsion of babbling in this strange tongue. It has also spread beyond my classroom. During my break shifts, I saw them hanging out on the schoolyard, babbling excitedly with each other like toddlers during playtime. Students who never got along suddenly talk more in those 15-minute breaks to each other than in their whole lifetime at school. They also rotated through some formation. They stood in a circle, babbling. Then the wave receded, and they looked up, closed their eyes, and changed from a circle into a triangle. Oh, that's creepy, with their eyes closed. Some of the outside students observed and mocked them, but they didn't seem to mind. They are isolated in their vocal experimentations, like a musician. It's deeply focused. That's an interesting way to describe that too. Like when a guitarist is like playing a solo and they like make a funny face or whatever, it's kind of like that, where they're like, they can't control it. I tried talking to them during times when they seemed lucid, but they couldn't explain why it has such an attraction. Same as the talk with Philip before, I didn't know how to reach them. I've had students that became addicted to drugs. It was easier to get through to them than to this new phenomenon. I barely caught one of them alone. I was at a loss. During my break shift, I talked to my shift partner, Mr. Nim, who was an older and more experienced colleague. He teaches music and religion, so he leads the choir and takes great pride in preparing the biannual service of the school in a nearby church. Mr. Nim told me that especially during choir practice, these students cling to this trend, harmonizing on their own. Getting into the same rhythm makes his job much easier. Sometimes I caught him humming along with the students in the yard. He says as far as trends go, this one seems harmless. It quells disruptive behavior. As long as nothing bad happens, we should let it be. He said with a wink. Maybe we should embrace it. Nothing is more uncool than a trend that is embraced by the teachers. Fair point, but I do think it's funny how even these teachers, including our main character, their instinct is like, it's weird and it's kind of disruptive, but they're like, but I think it's okay. It's like even though they're not fully sucked in yet, or maybe Mr. Nim is, but our teacher might not be. It's like, even though they're not fully sucked in, the language is convincing them that, we're not a threat. Don't bother us. It makes us better, it seems to have an effect even on the people who aren't immediately doing it or speaking it as well. Yeah, foreshadowing much. Yeah, exactly. But I do think it's cool because, like, you know, language by itself is insidious like that, where it's like, I don't know, like, think about curse words and how, like, your parents, like, you know, I'm gonna wash your mouth out with soap. Like, don't curse. You can't say that word. Only adults can say that. And, like, what does that make you do as a kid or whatever? It's like, instantly, kids want to do it. They do it, you know, behind their parents' back or behind the adults' back. They do it among friends, you know. And it's kind of like that, where it's like language has this way of whatever affecting everyone, and that's just like, you know, taking like whatever curse words and stuff like that. But if you think about like societies who get their language like outlawed, or they get their language, like the Native Americans were, like, in the United States, were like forbidden to speak English, and they would basically kidnap the children and send them to Indian schools and stuff like that, where they weren't allowed to speak anything other than English. And I mean, it's horrible, and obviously their languages has suffered greatly. Like, most people don't speak, you know, like a lot of the younger people and stuff especially don't speak, you know, their languages, and languages have been lost or are like dying. But then at the same time, you have, you know, certain languages that like do continue, and then you have situations like the Navajo and the Code Talkers, where they were literally used during World War II as a way so that because the Germans and the Nazis couldn't decipher their language, because it was just so foreign to them. They didn't have anything like it, and so it was literally used as like a weapon, you know. And that's what I mean by like language being insidious. It's like, for 200 years the American government you know, hated the Navajo language. It's called Dene, and they were like, don't speak Dene. Dene is outlawed, you know, blah blah blah. And then after a while they were like, okay, well, you guys can speak it, but we don't really care, and we still expect you to speak English. And then, you know, World War II comes around, and they're like, actually, we need you guys to speak it, and we need you to you know, speak it really well, and basically save our asses from the Germans, because otherwise they're gonna know everything we say. Because yeah, anyways, it's very interesting, and that's kind of what I just mean by like the power of language being like insidious. And sometimes you think that like, oh, that'll go out of fashion, or that'll be blah blah blah, and it's like, before you know it, everyone's saying it, you know what I mean? It's not a big deal. Kids aren't gonna say that things are lit, you know what I mean? No one's gonna say that. Kids aren't gonna say skibbity blah blah blah, you know, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, that's a thing. That's totally a thing. Exactly. Yeah. It needs more than we're capable of pronouncing. And I do think there's something too as to why the kids are picking it up first. Because what do we know? That kids learn languages better anyways. You know what I mean? That is what pretty much a scientific fact, I would say, right? it's well known that the neuroplasticity in your brain, you can pick up languages easier as a kid. So of course, the kids would pick up this language first. I'm wondering how Philip, the one who first started speaking it, I'm wondering where it came from. It was something on his holiday break. It sounds like he got exposed to it in some way. Maybe we should embrace it. Nothing is more uncool than a trend that is embraced by the teachers. But I don't think so. I don't know why, but this whole thing seems off. The behavioral changes are too crass. Something fundamental is changing. You cannot change students like George and Edgar with a snap. I am afraid where this is going. This new trend is bordering on obsession, but I cannot fathom why. Entry 3, words. Let's see. That's a good question, Rude Dude. She mentioned that he is online, terminally online, she called it, but she was like, but it makes him really good at English. I guess would it have to be I have to practice to speak. I don't know. I heard it online and it just comes to me, but I need to get better. So yeah, I guess it is and it is kind of funny, right? Because this has so many parallels to like online trends and what I was talking about of like the skibbity blah 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 shit, or just like all the lingo that Zoomers have, nowadays, and like online people who are very online, all the little lingo that they have, and this is a really fun, distortion of that, or this is a really fun, like, imagine if you just took that into this whole new language. It's kind of like, and it's kind of like too, like Pig Latin. Like if you ever know anyone who spoke Pig Latin, it's like, it's not really a different language, but it is, because if you can't, I don't know, if your brain can't do the Pig Latin thing to be able to speak it, it will just sound like gibberish to most people. But then some people are like, oh, they're speaking Pig Latin, you know what I mean? And it's just, yeah, it is very cool, words. With more and more students, I notice. Okay, so again, more and more. I don't think you need more and more twice here. With more and more students, I notice more and more occurrences of this foreign language. Phonemes became syllables, became morphemes, became words. Yeah, Rude Dude. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at too. Maybe I should have just came out and made the joke, but yeah, they're just being like skibbity riz, oh Liddy teach, you know what I mean? They're actually fully just talking, and and she's like, they're making strange shapes out in the yard, and they're just doing like TikTok dances, you know what I mean? They're just doing choreographed TikTok dances like with selfie sticks, and she's like, they're learning to synchronize. What is this? What is this devilry? Very funny. Became words. Words that almost make sense. Vocabulary that you have learned long ago but forgotten. A hint of meaning with a sense of familiarity, but frustratingly out of reach. On the tip of your tongue. Groups of my students seem to be able to communicate with other groups of students, all under the guise of this weird collection of alien sounds. Like, I really need to pop my this wasn't happening. But those who take up this new language had trouble forming basic English sentences. Kept asking about basic words. It was especially noticeable in students that were usually quite good in English. A common trend seems to be to put the verbs last. I have no idea where they got this from. But the amount of "I to the toilet go must" "I to the toilet go must" I've heard is driving me up the walls. Must a verb though? Because isn't go the verb in that? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's towards the end of the sentence anyways, but last week during presentations, some of my students started code switching. Okay, here we go. But not into their native tongue. They started weaving in those words, deprived of meaning, yet meaningful. Sounds that shouldn't be in any spoken language, yet are. Inhales that howl and whistle and crackle, mixed in with vowels and consonants that we are so used to. Mash together the normal and the abnormal into something that is unrecognizably recognizable, fitting together perfectly like puzzle pieces from different puzzles. How can they make up words that feel so strange, so unknowable, so eerie, still so familiar? How am I supposed to grade something that's objectively wrong but subjectively correct? I had to break off their talks because it was getting out of hand. There was always someone interjecting those words. Realizing that talks were going nowhere, I announced a vocab test. I said vocab test. In said vocab test, everyone had 0%. Everyone wrote the same nonsensical words instead of anything useful. There were barely any legible letters, strange symbols that hurt the eyes. I had to go to the principal on Friday, and after he reviewed my test to make sure that I quizzed the words that are in the curriculum, he found no wrongdoing on my part. He told me that he heard about this new trend. While it's good that the class has had no more complaints about classroom discipline, when the grades are suffering, it is a problem which I have to address. And I agreed. It was time to curb this trend, but in the end, my principal settled on the thought that this was a class-wide prank, going like, let's everybody write these bogus words in the vocab test and see how our teacher reacts. I bit my tongue. This was no prank. It's gone too far for that. He told me to mark the test as usual, so I did as I was told. While writing down their grades, I repeatedly slammed my fist on my desk because, damn it, I know that those words are correct, but also not. It is a commentary on brain rot. I think that's pretty fair to say. Once it got into like code switching and stuff, I was like, yeah, it seems to be about, like a partially of like a generational and, kids using, and every generation does it, right? Like even back, back to whatever the hippies and counterculture and just stuff like that. Like every generation has their version of this. However, and you know, you can call me old for saying this, I don't really care. It's like, it does seem like the internet and Zoomer generation have turned it up to 11. And it's like every new week I'm hearing about a new thing that's like, not only does it, you know, it just, a lot of it's very lame. I don't know how, another way to put it. Like, what's the, I'm forgetting, but there was one that I just heard that I was like, that's really what they're saying? It was like, well, you know, people saying like, even stuff like, oh, I ship that, you know, I ship it, you know, stuff like that. It's like, it gets to a point where like some of it will probably be adopted and, you know, people will use it for a long time, but I'm like, the vast majority of this is just going to be completely ignored, or it's going to be completely forgotten in a few years, and people are going to be like, you're still saying that? That's so lame, you know? It's going to go back around. Yeah, exactly. Phrases. After that weekend, my English lessons slowed to a crawl. Everyone is babbling in this alien language. I tried to stop them, but to no avail. They did not give me a shred of attention. They were talking over me. Am I speaking in a language they don't understand anymore? Or did they just not want to listen to me? My instructions, my encouragement, my pleas fell on deaf, unlistening ears. On Thursday, things came to a head. I'm not proud of it, but this was the first time I yelled at a classroom, which also didn't work. Which made me feel even more ashamed of losing my temper. I only received a few annoyed glances from my students, as if to say, how dare he interrupt our conversation? At least I got them to turn their heads to the front, but that attention became uneasy. It felt small, dazed, pushed back by the attention of the classroom. I leaned back onto the blackboard. My mind became a blur, drowning in the ocean, and standing in front of the class became the same. Standing in front of the class became the same. Standing in front of the class, looking up at the surface, shouting to no effect. Air bubbles rising away from me, sound waves traveling to the door at the other side of the room. The ocean does not react to your scream. The class does not care about my yell. Overwhelming pressure, this sinking feeling. I reeled and had to sit down at my desk for the rest of the period, quiet, shaking, defeated, listening to the strange sounds my students became so fond of creating. Vowels that challenge the tongue, consonants that defy your articulators, inhalers that crackle like fire and howl like the wind. Even while writing this down, I feel helpless. I had built relationships with them since they were in 5th grade. I know all their birthdays. A few years ago, they had a surprise party for the birth of my daughter. I was at a total loss. They stopped respecting me as an authority figure. They stopped recognizing me as a teacher. They stopped treating me as being worthy of attention. I felt like an outsider in my own classroom. I was a buoy lost at sea. I felt small. After the bell rang, a colleague from the next classroom over popped in to check on me. "We heard you yell. Is everything okay?" she asked. I whispered. "That's just talking strange new language. Can't make them stop." I felt so embarrassed I could not look at her. She took a seat that was closest to my desk and said, "Listen, other classes also have this new trend. It'll pass." I shook my head in disbelief. I knew this thing is spreading. First Philip, then Edgar and George. After them, the last row, now the entire class. It was popping up in other classes. What if it spread beyond the school, beyond our control? My colleague mistook my head shaking. "Sam, this will be like any other trend. They're testing boundaries. How far can they push this before they get into serious trouble?" I found the strength to look at her. I even managed a weak smile. She continued, "Just let it be. This is like any other trend. They will get bored soon, but their grades will stay. Maybe they learn something for their final year. If we were to react, they would see it as a sign that their shenanigans are working." After that, she drifted into usual chit-chat, most likely to cheer me up. "How is the house hunt? How's your daughter doing?" I think what she really wanted was to see more pictures of my 2-year-old daughter. She's excited for anything baby related, as she will become a grandmother soon. Of course, I showed her some pictures of my little goblin. I'll trade some baby pictures for some of her worksheets any day. My colleague managed to cheer me up, but she also sparked an idea. "We are parents. I need to take it to the parents, and quite frankly, I should have done this sooner." So I phoned the parents of the student that started this. I called Philip's parents that afternoon. I kept my notepad ready and tried to write down as precisely as possible what was said. The phone rang for a long time. Finally, she picked up. "Hello, Mrs. Keller. This is Mr. Denner. I need to talk about Philip." In the background, I heard the noise of a house in turmoil, like when you call someone who is moving. Busy people in the background, frantic talking to shuffle furniture around tight corners, irregular bumps against the floor walls, and that god-awful sound of the language that was spoken by multiple speakers. Philip's mother was in despair, barely holding it together. Mrs. Keller started crying. "He's doing it at school, isn't he?" "Yes, he started it, and the students are picking it up. Phil only speaks like this at home, and his brother and his sister just started to speak like this at home. And when they speak to me, they speak like toddlers." "Do you know where he got it from?" "I don't know. They don't speak to me anymore. My babies don't talk to me. They haven't eaten in days. Sometimes they scratch strange symbols into the furniture. I can't make them stop." She started sobbing uncontrollably. I kept quiet. I know that feeling of helplessness from today's lesson. After she regained control, she continued, "I don't know what to do. They keep stacking furniture in the backyard. They stand on those piles and talk this stupid mumbo-jumbo. I think they want to build higher. They keep pointing upward. I was relieved that my class wasn't doing that. The thought of my students emptying my classroom and moving the tables and chairs into the schoolyard made me anxious. After today's lesson, I wasn't sure if I could stop them. They tried. My imagination ran wild. Images flooded my mind. My students are building a monument in the schoolyard dedicated to my loss of control, my incompetence, for everyone to see. How my principal and my colleagues will be looking at me, their disappointment, their contempt that I cannot keep my classroom together, the attention. I once again felt like drowning. I heard a loud bang and a crash on the other side of the phone, followed by a feral scream of a mother. Then, line was cut. Philip wasn't in school the next day. I don't know why. I tried phoning his mother, but she wouldn't pick up. I'm too tired to care. The alien talking continued, however. They spoke more solemnly. I couldn't get my lesson done. I'm completely drained. I have never looked more forward to the week than this week. I think they might have been stacking stuff and then something fell, you know? So maybe Philip got crushed, which, you know, might have been cool to see, but so we put it for the sake of the story, but I think that maybe this is alien invasion too. Like, obviously, that's what, you know, pointing at the sky, you know, is kind of a clear indication of that. I think that's a fair assumption to jump through, but I think this is really interesting. Unlike in the popular Amazon original movie, War of the Worlds, you know, the aliens aren't coming for our data. They're coming to take us over, but they're doing it with language. So they released it onto the internet knowing that, like, children would be most susceptible, and then from that it's just going to corrupt society from the bottom up. Corrupt humanity, sorry. And that is again, it's like, you know, what would people do? Like, people still are gonna need to talk, you know what I mean? There's no way to stop people from communicating, and it sounds like there is even a written form of this language. So it's like, even if everyone went to went into a quiet place version where no one's talking out loud, it's like, maybe it can still spread in written form. We don't know, you know. So it's kind of an ingenious way of whatever, doing a hostile takeover. Yeah, Tower of Babel vibes too, and I did think that, like, well, maybe this could be like a spiritual deity. I was thinking, like, what if this is like a demonic language, or what if even the opposite? What if this is some sort of a heavenly language? What if, because there's something she continuously says where she's like, the language is more perfect. She says that the answers that they write on the tests or whatever, like, they're instinctually they're correct. So I'm like, maybe this language is more correct, like, and maybe that's, you know, maybe this is like, it would be weird for a horror story, but like, maybe this is God's way of, like, fixing miscommunication or misunderstanding, and the way that, you know, like, this angel or whatever, this benevolent being is doing it is just really frightening if you don't know what's going on. Like, so that's kind of a possibility too. And I think they're all kind of still plausible at this point. And, maybe the story will give us an answer or maybe it won't, but I think because this is just such a unique, cool concept, I think all the interpretations, or, all of our, suppositions might work, and they're all equally kind of cool in their own way. Yeah, like maybe once they have this really tall structure or this really, whatever it is, once they get high enough, maybe this whole thing, because it says they kind of do it in a rhythm, right? It kind of ebbs and flows. So that's the other thing too, is I was wondering, is like maybe they're trying to like reach a certain frequency and, being high up, and once they get to that certain point, it will reach some sort of a precipice and, some shit'll go down. Who knows what, but. Entry 5, clauses. While writing this down, I was told by my wife repeatedly that I'm smacking my lips all the time. See, I knew it was gonna infect our teacher. I was just waiting for it. While working, sitting on the couch, browsing my phone or doing chores, she told me to stop multiple times because our daughter mustn't copy this kind of behavior. But my mouth feels so dry all the time. I need to do something about it. I am sleepy all the time. I had bad times falling asleep. Whenever I got that floating feeling right before sleep takes you, a whisper of the language breaks through the veil and jolts me awake again. It feels like hooks in my mind are pulling open the sutures of a wound, but instead of blood, the language spills out. I am infected. It feels uncomfortable, but also serene. Babbling only brings a short relief, like cracking your knuckles. I need to preserve my knowledge, but I must continue. On Monday afternoon, we had a teacher conference. We were told Philip and his siblings had an accident. His sister was crushed by a cupboard and died on the scene, and Philip and his brother were in critical condition in the hospital. I feel empty. The language was addressed. Some teachers also started adopting the language. I was worried because Mr. Nim had really bought into it. He not only defended it during the conference, but advocated using it more. He said that its musical qualities makes it a perfect fit for singing. And that's when he did it. He sang it to the entire staff of the school. I got goosebumps. I felt like a piece of seagrass in a current. I was compelled to sway like many of my colleagues, including the principal. Some hummed along. After his demonstration, he said that he started using it in the choir and it enriched the choir. The staff liked the idea. I felt like a stone planted firmly in a river, not dislodged and I felt like a stone planted firmly in a river, not dislodged and dragged along, but slowly being ground down into a pebble. We're missing. After that, he went on a rant. I was too dazed to keep notes. I am paraphrasing what he said. In his opinion, the language has divine quality, and through it we can get closer to God. This language unites us like nothing we as educators, as a civilization, as a race, have achieved in our lifetime. He believes that this language is a gift from God and we should cherish it. But if we can end or with it, we can end the confusion of tongues. It connects everyone regardless of their religious, cultural, or ethnic background. The language is an end to all the strife that has plagued humanity since the fall. Oh, so yeah, we get a mention of the Tower of Babel here. Since the fall of the Tower of Babel, what if the language was a way to speak to reality, to God, to have him listen? What if we lost our ability to speak to God? What if he doesn't understand us and can only listen sympathetically? What if we can talk to God again? What if we can give God an order? Okay. This is where he's like, you know, he's going a little too heavy in it. I mean, it was already insidious just to begin with, but it's like, what if we can tell God what to do? What if we can make God our bitch? And people are like, whoa, calm down. Yeah, that was a bear trap, rude dude, for sure. You did a bear trap. You definitely had you definitely had a hardcore. I would love a bear trap soundbite, you know. That would be dope. I know that Isaiah recently got a soundboard. I watched a video. And I know Hunter's had like some sound effects on his thing too, but if we had like just a nice, here we got a sad trombone here. That doesn't work for a bear trap, but there you go. There's your applause for your bear trap. What other sounds do I have over here? Oh, this one's good. and we finish with the Law and Order just because I love it. All right. What if we can give God an order? I'm not religious at all, but somehow this rambling resonated within me. I felt my colleagues nodding along, and I was working up a headache. I saw my fellow teachers licking their lips and shuffling nervously on their seats. I knew what was going to happen next. The conference erupted into the babbling that plagued my classroom, my nightmares, my life. I felt the pull. I needed to join in. I suppressed the urge and stormed out. I made it to my car and lost it. I couldn't stop it. I babbled the same words that I don't know the meaning to. My mouth stopped being dry. I drove home, and I think there was hardly a minute in which I stopped babbling. The intense pressure I was under erased. My headache was a balloon. See, I've been wondering if the story's gonna do this, but now we're getting like, it's spelled UND on my mouth, the vent. I think the story's gonna become increasingly nonsensical towards the end, to where it's not even gonna be like a full sentence. At the end, it's gonna be like brief, like words we can understand and then stuff we can't. I knew that there were typos earlier, and I mean, for the sake of like helping writers like with their first drafts and stuff, I have to point out the typos. Like, I want them to know. at least most of them, you know. I don't always point out every single one I see, but I was wondering in this story, you know, like when there was a word dropped here or there, I was like, it might just be that you know, there's a visual representation of that going on in the story, you know, because this is words too, so it would make sense that it's affecting the person's writing just as much as it's affecting their mind and speech and everything else. So my headache was a balloon and my mouth the vent. And so, like, we'll see as the story goes on, but I wonder if it's just gonna get more fucked up. My headache was a balloon and under my mouth the vent. My words became an overpressurized fountain. It was a haze, but I think I managed to get home. I told my wife that I have work without babbling and locked myself in my study. I tried to contain myself but failed. Talking felt liberating. My wife knocked several times and disrupted this kind of meditation. I got angry without reason. I tried to keep it together. I lied to her. I wasn't feeling well and was quarantining myself into the study. My headache was gone, but inside I knew something was wrong. In this moment of clarity, I sat down at my desk and wrote this. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. Sentences. Entry 6. I feel it taking hold of me. I'm not sure how long I can stay coherent. So I left detailed and pictured instructions about how to get this out on my desk. I also kept detailed notes on my phone in case somebody else needs to finish this. I hope this helps whoever is reading this. Reliving these experiences worsens my condition. I must push through this. I didn't sleep last night. I just lay on the floor and looked up at the ceiling. Babbling has a compounding effect. I felt like my familiarity with the language growing. Every language sounds strange unless you speak it. Familiarity adds upon familiarity. The more I talk, the closer I am to revelation. I chase it with every fiber of my being. I crave to understand more and more and more. My pronunciation is off. My intonation flawed. I talked and talked, but my mouth felt odd but never dry. The deepest understanding is only another sentence away. Every language sounds strange unless you understand it. Language is how we perceive the world. My understanding of reality was changed. Even that line's such a brilliant, good line. Language is how we perceive the world. So simple, so true. I'm sure linguistics professors or people who study stuff I'm sure that's maybe a common phrase, or language is, how we perceive the world, or but it's very profound. It's one of those, that's how profound things are. It's one of those things that can fly right by you and you could just take it as well, of course, you can just take it as something that inherently, yeah, we all know that. But that's what makes it profound. It's we all know it. But how often do you really conceptualize it? How often do you really think about how, when I look out and I see a bird flying by, I don't really truly understand what it is until I go, oh, it's a bird. You know what I mean? In my head, I go, bird, and I think about the word. If I don't have that word to be able to do that, you know what I mean? I'm handicapped in a way. And so, yeah, it's just cool to think about. I love language. Language is how we perceive the world. My understanding of reality was changing. It's like going from old black and white TV to full HD. I felt like I could sense the beyond. I had the key. I just needed to find the door. My alarm startled me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to talk to my wife, so I went to work as usual. We are creatures of habit after all. I was early, but the school was already busy like a hive. The PA system was singing the language, a siren song to draw in newcomers. It sounded like adults, my colleagues. I can tell their pronunciation wasn't perfect, which annoyed me. As students trickled in, some started to join in like a chorus, others walked the halls confused. Languages learnt through exposure. I felt grammar unfolding in my mind like origami. I cannot put it into English. I cannot put it into my mother tongue. Cannot put it. Humans fight for the heart. Religions fight for the soul. Language fights for the mind. Oh, very cool lines. Very fucking cool. That little 3-piece right there, that goes hard. That goes hard. I caught myself humming along to stop the itchy feeling in my mouth. It didn't work. I opened my backpack and chugged down my water bottle in one go. I didn't swallow, but even with 1 liter of water in my mouth, it still felt empty. So I stopped at a water fountain. I placed my head sideways and let the stream pour in my mouth. I didn't swallow. The bell rang to signal the start of first period. I didn't care. I needed to fill my mouth with water. The PA droned on and on and on. My mouth didn't ever feel full. I didn't swallow. The water had a calming effect. I didn't need to breathe. I didn't need to swallow. I lost track of time. Never swallow, never full. The bell rang again, and I came to. I felt the water running down the front of my shirt. It felt odd. Maybe I haven't talked in too long. The PA had stopped. A commotion in the hallway, loud noises. The silence of the PA was replaced with a beat of dozens of drums. I shifted my attention to the hallway. Huddled against the walls and strewn across the floor were bodies of students like mannequins. The hallway was packed. There was a whisper of the language like the chirping of a cricket on a warm summer evening. Some were apathetic, barely moving, empty eyes. Most of them were holding their heads. Others shook their heads violently, like they were trying to get water out of their ears. A few bashed their heads against the wall. They couldn't take the language, or couldn't take the silence. There was a stream of students leaving for the schoolyard on the other side. I wanted to follow them, but struggled to find a way through the long, crowded hallway. I saw one of my 9th graders lying on her stomach near me. She arched her back, her head raised in a cobra pose. Her forehead was bloodied. She hit her head on the floor violently. When she raised her head again, I could see her eyes rolling backward in her head. Her tongues lolled out of her mouth. Oh shit. Got tongues. Oh, her tongues lolled out of her mouth. It was not normal. Her tongue had the shape of a maple leaf. Oh god. 3 distinct prongs with similar bumps along the ridges. It had the color of a freshly healed scar. The texture was rougher than it should be licked with the outer tongues. from the center of her upper lip to both edges simultaneously. Ah, interesting. So it's like instead of just it's a while the middle tip touched her lower lip, it was fascinating. It was disgusting. The control, the nuance, the possibilities. She talked to herself in her stupor. Her pronunciation felt on point. Well, it is a multiple time. Well, it always said that even from the beginning, the language teacher was like, they're trying to do syllables and sounds and phonemes that it sounds like, our mouth can't do, or we don't have enough tongues to do. So now this person has like fully mutated to, or this child is mutated to the point where they have the proper tongue. But I am wondering what caused I know the sound like on the PA system or whatever stopped, and I guess it was just silent, but I am wondering what caused the turmoil to like erupt, I recoiled and went upstairs. While walking up the stairs, I licked across my teeth. I don't know why, but I had to go up. My tongue felt odd, higher and higher to the top floor. I wanted to get a better look at what was happening outside. No one was upstairs. Quiet, peaceful, tense. In such a busy place, the silence felt strange, pressing. I had to walk through the long, empty hallway to get a view of the schoolyard on the other side of the building. The door to every classroom I passed was open. They all looked similar. Unknowable symbols were painted on the whiteboards. Chairs were arranged in a vaguely pentagonal shape with irregular bumps at the edges. Interesting. All facing towards the center. Stacks of random classroom debris in the middle. So maybe they are literally built, because am I crazy, or is the Tower of Babel in a pentagon shape, or did it have like a pentagon at the base? Am I wrong about that? I don't know. For some reason, maybe that's just like depictions I've seen or something. But I thought it might have said that it had like a pentagonal shape to it. I don't know. Maybe that's completely wrong though, or completely made up. But I didn't linger to look at it more closely. As I approached the other end of the hallway, I could hear the singing getting louder, even through the closed windows. I looked outside. I saw some of the parents, most of the students, my colleagues, and the principal standing in a neat formation in the schoolyard. About 300 people stood, swayed, and sang on that pleasant sunny morning. I wish we had Mr. I know every book of the Bible here. Swayed and sang on that pleasant sunny morning. From up there I could see they improved upon the geometric forms that I've seen during my break shifts. More people make it look more complete. A pentagon with lines of people that lead to the center like veins of a leaf. Could it be leaf with an F there? Am I wrong about that? Like veins of a leaf. Cause it did leave. It said leave with a V earlier. But isn't that's like leave. That's like I'm going to leave, is it? I don't know. Anyways, I'm not the one to give spelling advice. I'm a shitty speller. Like veins of a leaf. Yeah, like veins of a leaf. Sorry, I'm just gonna say it like that. Yet the center is curiously empty. For the moment, I had the urge to open the window, climb down, and join them. But the window had a security lock to prevent just that. Instead, I pressed myself hard against the glass to be as close as possible. I heard the chanting grow louder and louder, more intense. Collective pronunciation of the group was nearing completion. I was delighted. I was witnessing one of the highest degrees of human perfection. I felt reality itself resonating. We perceive the world through language, but our languages are lackluster. Our languages inhibit our mind. We cannot comprehend what we cannot say. We are missing the vocabulary and nuance to truly comprehend reality. With this language, we can finally achieve a profound change in how we perceive the world. Those outside rearranged their formation. First, the clump formed in the middle of the pentagram. Then they started hoisting themselves on their shoulders of the base. People are slowly, but with confidence, climbing on top the emerging pyramid, adding another dimension to their formation. Layer upon layer, they stack themselves higher and higher. Chanting is getting more and more excited. The pyramid became the base of a tower that continued to grow level by level. There was a method to the madness. The higher the tower got, the smaller people were. It was at least 12 people high, 5th graders at the top. The crescendo outside reached its peak. Something changed. The chanting stopped. And a natural kind of attention crept over the whole school, like a cloud on a sunny day. Yet there were no clouds. The world seemed to come to a complete stop. 2 silver linings in the shape of a cross appeared in the sky right above. 2 silver linings in the shape of a cross appeared in the sky right above the center of the tower. There was no movement outside, no wobbling of human tower, no rustling of total stillness, a moment of peace, of paradise. And I felt left out. Then the moment was gone. I felt an incomprehensible pressure incoming. I could hear pain moans from the students downstairs and blissful cheers from the people outside. Annihilation. A torrential downpour spouted from the center of the cross. Highly pressurized water disintegrated the people of the tower in the blink of an eye. The water came with such force that it washed away the concrete in a second. Damn. Water came with such force that it washed away the concrete in a second. The water masses cut through the ground until the earth could finally resist the onslaught and hold its ground. Shockwave of water and dirt traveled in every direction. The people who stood further from the center and didn't get immediately annihilated were swept away. They were thrown against the surrounding buildings, through the windows, and through the chain link fences. Body parts and other debris spilled into the surrounding area and into the streets. Before they were ground down like pebbles in tiny pieces by water. The flash flood lasted briefly, but the damage was immense. I could see the water making its way into the floors below me. I heard the crunching and gurgling of a school drowning. I staggered away from the window and sunk down to the floor. The water didn't make it to my level. Everything below me was gone. The silence that inhabited my floor spread into the lower parts of the building. Then the silence came. Sirens came. But the pull to speak was still there. Damn. God damn. After all that, the pull, you still you still have the urge to speak? I guess maybe he was supposed to be in the tower and be smited. Because clearly, I mean, with all the religious imagery that we've got so far, I think it's safe to assume that this language is some sort of a demonic language that is meant to, you know, because demons and Satan are tricksters, so it would make sense that they're like, oh, you'll be perfect, you'll be like God, you'll be whatever, you know, so when you're taken by the language, you feel like you're getting close to angelic and to the heavens, and you're looking to the sky, and then you see this giant cross and everything stops, and then boom, they just get smited with water, like, and that's such a cool, you know, it's like this giant explosion of water. It's not like a Noah flood where it's like it rained for, you know, whatever, 40 days and 40 nights or whatever it, you know, it's not like that. It's like a single fucking water cannon blast that just basically causes this giant explosion and disintegrates some people. You know, those 5th graders all at the top all got fucking just completely heated, you know, just completely Thanos snapped, you know, disappeared. But that's crazy. I mean, that is honestly a very cool take on a religious, you know, like God will cleanse the earth, God's starting over, or God will wash away the, you know, if you take it as God. I think we can, because it is a cross shape that came out of the sky, but like, I don't know, I just find that such a new kind of interesting take on that whole thing. God damn. Entry 7, Discourse. I believe this is the last. Yeah, this is okay. Let's finish up here. I don't know how long I was up until the rescue until the rescue services found me. I couldn't speak to them. I haven't spoken a single word since. I am afraid I start speaking again. I am afraid I start speaking again. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I think a typo here, but I was brought home and tried to write down what happened. My study is a mess. Loose papers, notes, and other random debris are strewn all over the floor. I feel like I can't speak, but writing does work. Right now, I am transcribing my notes. I feel that writing these notes in English. I feel that writing these notes in English improved my degraded language skills. My instructions from a lifetime ago helped me. My daughter is suddenly behind me, looking curiously through the study. Have I left the door to my study open? Have I forgotten, or was it on purpose? I can't tell. When did I see her the last time? She picked up a piece of paper. It is a vocab test. She looks at it. She says, symbols not available. The familiar pressure is building up in me again. The hooks start pulling. I cannot. I should not. I speak. I hit the perfect pronunciation. Satisfied. My daughter answers. Perfect pronunciation. Perfect intonation. Young minds and languages. Proud father. Interesting. So we kind of get our end of the languages still out there. I mean, that was a really fucking cool story. I think that, I mean, I love the concept. I think it's super unique, and I think that, here, let me pause the music real quick. I think that, it's a fun ending to have his daughter come and speak, and I think it makes sense because, you know, he was speaking it around the house even before he really knew, or really maybe knew how contagious it was, even, like, so he didn't really quarantine himself early enough on. So it makes sense that his young daughter would be able to speak it too. Yeah, and that is a fun kind of, you know, typical horror story ending where it's like, but the monster's still out there. And I like the ending. I like it a lot, but my favorite part by far was just the earlier parts and the creepy children in the schoolyard making the clicking noises and making the triangle out in the yard, and, you know, doing all that stuff. I think that, and I don't know, maybe the story was so systematic and, like, you know, I think there were maybe parts where it could have lived in the horror a little bit longer, and, like, because it was so kind of just analytically describing everything, which was fine. It was very succinct in that respect, and I really like it. Uh, yeah, the visual of people, and that's what I was gonna say. So I like that beginning. To me, it's kind of giving like Midsommar vibes, where, you know, they're like dancing, they're doing the sunflower dance or whatever it's called. You know, it's kind of giving me those vibes, but with this clicking and this like buzzing and humming, and very creepy to just have kids like be doing that anyways, and then you know, to like have the teacher and and the teacher's speech and the choir, and all the teachers eventually start doing it, you know. All that stuff is very creepy, and I just like the build up so much, and then it paid off so well with this human tower forming, to then only be smited, uh and just completely fucking exploded, was awesome. I did not think the story was going to go into like that awesome of a visual, as well as like just epic. Like, it got so epic. Like, I was fully expecting it. Oh, and the girl with the three tongues, like a cobra banging her head, you know? All that was so cool. That, and not that it takes away from it, because it doesn't, but I'm like, I don't even know if you need this, but the language is still out there. Well, like, I think the ending is already great with um the cross coming and smiting the human tower. And then I honestly think that, and like this last part, it could have been like, but I still feel the pull. You know, my daughter calls for me, but I can't, like, I can't understand her, or, you know, she's getting, because we don't fully know how old the daughter is. It said she was like 2, I think, I thought, but I couldn't tell if it was saying like she was 2 like a while ago or whatever. But yeah, I kind of think it would be so fun for him, for just an ending to be like, my daughter's learning how to speak, but I can't teach her. You know, as a teacher of language, I thought that that would be like a really impactful ending to a really like sad, like, you know, whatever. But this is fun too. There's nothing wrong with this. My point is, the rest of the story was so awesome. I don't think you need it, you know? Um, but man, what a cool concept. What a well executed um concept. I think the only other note I have is, in those moments of horror, whether it be the kids out in the schoolyard creating the shapes in the early beginning, or whether it's like the teachers busting out, or even the Mr. Nim guy's like sermon that he gives. In those parts, I think, you know, maybe you could just live in the horror like a little bit longer. And there are definitely creepy lines and stuff, so don't get me wrong, there is horror in it already. Um, but it was just almost a very like analytical, you know, I believe a teacher wrote this. I believe that the person who wrote this may just even be a teacher themselves. We have the name of the teacher in the story is Mr. Denner, and our author's name is like SamDenner, I believe. So I fully, you know, I fully am assuming that this, it kind of bases off real life experience. And I like their writing style. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it is good and really effective, and really it moves the story along in a really nice way. It didn't linger on really any part for too long, but that's just the one little note I have, is there are some moments where I think it could have lasted a little bit longer. I think we could have seen the aftermath maybe a bit more. I think maybe as he walked, as the firefighters or whoever, the ambulance people, took him out of the school, I think maybe we could have seen the destruction a little bit more. But I mean, that's really just because it was such a fucking cool story. And it's great as it is. Like, it doesn't need all that stuff that I just said. It's more of just a thing of like, yeah, I wanted to see like the way that we got the one Cobra girl. I wanted to maybe see some other kids and with their creepy tongues, and what are they doing. You know, maybe they're, you know, maybe these kids are like laying on the ground in this creepy pentagram shape too, like in the school, you know, stuff like just some other cool ideas I think you could do with that. But I don't think it, the fact that with what we have right now, it's very awesome and it's everything we need. And I'm just surprised. I'm honestly shocked that it got so epic. I thought this was gonna be a more of a like analytical, what's it called? The more sorry, I'm fucking tired. Or fuck. Never mind. I lost it. I don't know the word. I thought it was going to be more of a whatever psychological thriller in that way, or like not thriller, but psychological horror. Because language is so psychological and knowledge based, and I thought it would kind of stay in that realm, but we really went into fully like religious horror too, with like body horror and all sorts of cool stuff with that too. And it makes sense, right? Because language is so impactful on like everything, our mental state, our physical state, like like it says, language is how we perceive the world. And so it made so much sense how grand it got that I just really love. um yeah, I was, yeah, I don't necessarily, I think you were trying to help me with the word, and I appreciate it, rude dude. um Yeah, no, I think the story could have stayed more grounded in reality, but I also like how out of this world it got. I think maybe too at the beginning you could have done a little bit more, because he really just like called the mom and whatever. So I think the teacher maybe could have researched a little bit more, like where this came from. Did it just come from some dark corner of the internet? How was Philip infected? I think maybe there could have been a little bit into that. But honestly, we don't need that. It goes hard, and it's a mysterious language that came out of nowhere, completely sucked people in and completely affected them, only to basically get them to create this symbol of what they thought was greatness, but ended up being like an evil that needed to be smited. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love the surrealism. Absolutely, the surrealism, and how far the story, like I said, how epic the story gets. Like, was unforeseen by me, and it was so awesome and welcome. I was so stoked that it got like that, that I was just like, yes, hell yes, give me more. Give me more of that. I love it. I want it. I need it. That was super fun. I really, really appreciate that story. Thank you so much to SamDenner. Keep writing. Keep, you know, keep coming up with, because clearly you're very good at coming up with unique, well thought out concepts that are interesting. I mean, even forget the whole language that is like infected or evil idea, and just take simply the fact of like the smiting being this water, and because that's a thing that we've heard, like I said, with the flood and like with Noah and stuff like that from the Bible. It's like, yeah, God will cleanse the earth with a flood. That's a very common old whatever, well well repeated, story that we know very well. And what, like, an interesting take on that. What a badass, yeah, a badass representation of it in this story. I probably my favorite thing of, like, I mean, a tsunami is a really scary thing, or like a flood is of course like a horrifying scary thing, but to have it be, no, God literally shoots a water cannon that disintegrates you, and anyone that it doesn't completely disintegrate, it blows into pieces. I love that. A water water atom bomb is pretty fucking sick. I loved it. So thank you. I am very stoked I read that story. I will definitely be reading more of your stuff if you have more. And if you don't, hopefully you write more. And at the end of the day, you wrote a great story and you should be really proud because I loved it. And and I hope other people loved it too. But I certainly did. So you got a fan in me, sir. You got a fan in me. You got a fan in me. I'm sitting around reading your spooky stories, and you got a fan in me. I love me some, what's his name? Randy Newman. Short people got no reason. All right, so now we're going to get into the last days of John Rott. We've glazed up Sam enough. We're going into the last days of John Rott from Frecklehead 451. Is that like Fahrenheit 451? Is that the book, right? 451? Frecklehead 451? Yes, indeed, Mr. Arthur. The last days of John Rott. First of all, love the title. Love the name of the character, John Rott. I think it tickles my... I don't know when your story takes place. I don't know anything about it. But something about the name John Rott just even tickles my fancy. But then with a title like The Last Days of John Rott, I just already like it. You know, you've already got a whatever, an endorsement from me just on the title. And titles are important. And contrary to what creepy pasta and no sleep will have you believe, in my opinion, you know, a good title is not you know, like the whole typical no sleep title of, I think I went on a date and I think this guy, you know, I think this person is trying to eat me or whatever. I think my blind date is trying to eat me, you know. Like, I don't like those titles, and it's not that I don't like those premises for stories. You know, my what's the name? My sugar daddy keeps asking me to do weird favors. That's a fun concept. It's not the concept I have a problem with. It's that I don't think those sort of titles are conducive. Like, you know, real classic short stories have titles like Hills Like White Elephants, The Yellow Wallpaper, The Cask of Amontillado. I'm a big fan of the being in a title, you know. One of the stories I've started working on is The Curious Case of the Suspicious Cats. That's a story that I've been working on, and I like those older The Telltale Heart, whatever. I love those old classy titles, and this is one of those for me. So anyways, not to keep going on forever about the title, but I do think it's something that gets kind of overlooked or lost on the internet these days, because the whole theme is, well, I got to hook them in with the title and I got to tell them exactly kind of what my story's about and why they should read it. And while I do think that's fine, you know, I prefer a grabby title that doesn't tell me everything or gives me maybe a hint of what something is about, but is like central to the story and makes sense. I think Ross Road is a good title. That alliteration hits for that. Calling No Strings Attached, I think just No Strings Attached is a better title. I like the full title of that one and the concept. I'm not saying like you shouldn't have named it that, Rude Dude. You should have, but I think if you were to publish that, I think the published title should be No Strings Attached. You know what I'm saying? So that's my little spiel about titles. Sorry, it's something I've been meaning to talk about on a stream, and I don't think I have yet, and I wanted to say my piece on that because I think you do a disservice when you have a title that's like the full concept of the story. It's good to know what that title is in regard to your story for like an elevator pitch, or for like we'll say in 1 or 2 sentences what your story's about. It's like it's good to have that whatever kind of truncated, like easily digestible thing, but I don't think it goes as hard as a title like The Last Days of John Rott or The Pit and the Pendulum, for instance. I'm just going off the top of my head here, but yeah, so well, and that's the thing. It's like maybe it should, when it comes to your new work or work that you're posting on Reddit, maybe you should follow the Reddit formula of whatever, my girlfriend keeps peeking at me from around corners type of title. Maybe you should post it online with that type of a title. But I also think you should have but this is what I want the punchy whatever other title to be, or if I was going to publish this in a book of short stories, this is what I would have the title be, because maybe one is good for online, but the other is good for other mediums. You know what I mean? That's totally fine. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. It's true. It's yeah, you want it to be catchy and you want it to reveal something without revealing too much. I think it's just one of those things where you write a story, you post it, if it happens naturally before you post the story, great. If you don't know, post it with the long title, and then who knows, maybe when people read it or whatever, maybe people will give it a title, it'll find a title, like, there's the whole, what is it, like, my romantic cabin getaway isn't going as planned. There's that title, but then after that story got traction or whatever, it was very quickly evolved into Stolen Tongues, and Stolen Tongues is the book, and that is a much better name. So who knows, it's just my little spiel about it, but I do think it helps to have a little punchy regular or literary title, I guess you could say. Yeah, so anyways, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Enjoy ranking every Leprechaun movie from Meat Canyon, and I will be right back.
I like that. You get bit by a leprechaun, you turn into a leprechaun. Those are just easy monster rules. Get bit by a zombie, turn into a zombie, werewolf. Come on. It's good. Which Fazio takes the gold coin. He wishes to be the best magician. He starts doing pretty good.
Oh, no.
Or wait, no, wait. Sorry. So Loretta takes the coin from Fazio, who stole the coin initially. But Loretta takes it from Fazio. But Mitch, the casino boss, takes it from Loretta. Basically, he wishes for some pussy. Tammy's like, goes into a weird phase where she's like, ooh, I need you. And he's like, oh, baby, oh my God. They go up to his managerial suite, I guess. And it's like the trashiest looking room ever. No money went into the set at all, but he's like, ah, God, baby, oh Jesus. And the leprechaun's doing like some funny, they're supposed to be funny fake commercials, which okay. But as he's like fucking Tammy, Loretta sneaks in and steals the coin, and because the coin is taking from him, it breaks his wish. So Tammy thinks he's like a creep, and she's like, what's going on here? This is fucked up. She's like, I quit, and runs off. And he's like, oh, you're fired. Fuck you. And then the leprechaun has a girl, crawls out of the TV like Ring, and he's like, oh, God. Once again, oh, baby, Jesus Christ. And it's definitely... You find out that it's a robot, and there's like a robot with like fake tits. Like an ass and stuff. It's so stupid. But it electrocutes him to death. He gets his cock electrocuted and it kills him. Kind of funny. Loretta wishes for Beauty to be hot again. And all that happens is she takes off her wig and she wears a dress. And now she's hot. So, you know. Which then Fazio comes in, steals the coin from Loretta, and because the coin's off of her, it breaks her curse, and then she starts to expand and explodes, but it looks like popcorn. There's no blood in the scene. It looked like it's all styrofoam, but it looks like she blows up into popcorn. Fazio wishes to be a really good magician. It begins to happen once again. His coin goes missing. Or no, the leprechaun shows up and he's like, oh, I know you have my coin. Leprechaun takes it back. Fazio gets killed. He gets cut in half. Pretty fun. A lot of blood there. This entire time, Scotty keeps kind of like turning into leprechauns here and there, but we actually, when Scotty is transforming into a leprechaun, he actually puts on an Irish accent.
You'll share nothing. I know how you are. You're only bluffing.
Took until about the third movie for me to realize he's not even doing an Irish accent. Warwick Davis is just doing his normal British accent. It's just kind of weird. So then when Scott starts doing it, you're like, oh yeah. There has not been a single Irish accent this entire time. Scotty's transforming. He's showing some weird traits where he's just eating potatoes, basically. It's really nothing. After the leprechaun cuts him in half, the whole audience flees. And then there's a fight between Scotty and the leprechaun. And then Scotty burns the pot of gold, which in return, it burns the leprechaun. And he's just like, swinging on a wire, burning to death. It transforms Scotty back to normal. Scotty and Tammy leave the casino, and Tammy like has the coin again, and she's gonna make a wish, but she once again just kind of like discards the coin. It's the exact same ending as the second movie. Like literally, it's the exact same ending, except Warwick Davis is swinging on a wire, screaming and burning on fire, which sounds funny and cool, but in practice, it looks pretty bad. But all in all, I will say this movie kind of ruled. I'm not gonna lie. It hits a lot of the fun marks. If it goes a little overtly cartoony, you have more of Warwick Davis. The only thing that was fucked up is that like there's a scene where Warwick Davis is on Fremont Street in Vegas, and there's people who are definitely just pointing and laughing at him because he's like in a leprechaun outfit. I just felt bad. I felt bad for him. But you know, he said time and time again that he's had fun with this role. So I mean, I guess he probably doesn't give a shit. But I just remember being like, God damn, dude, really? The fuck is going on?
He said this is his favorite.
And he did, and Warwick Davis definitely did say this is his favorite one out of all of them.
It's my favorite too.
You're biased. This is your film, I think. I'm still confused. There's so many leprechauns in this house right now. I'm so confused. All in all, I like this one a lot. This is probably my favorite one so far. This one felt it like flowed the fastest too. Like I was more engaged. It had some really crazy moments. Whatever. I enjoyed this one out of all of them. So far, 3 is a top 1 than 2. That's my ranking so far. It might change. I don't know. Especially as we get into the next one, which is Leprechaun 4 in space. Leprechaun in space. Leprechaun 4. Leprechaun in space. Or it's just in space. Which this one didn't come out till 1997. A 2-year gap. That's our largest one so far. Our last one was in 95, right? So now it's been a couple of years. You know, they come back. They give them a little more money. $1.6 million to make this little picture, right? But in this time, it got, once again, straight to video. All right? We're no more in the theater still. Just want to point that out there. And in this movie, it is the year 2096. And let me tell you, it's very optimistic by how far in technology we're going to be. In this one, once again, the leprechaun starts off. He wants some pussy. He's trying to do that kind of thing. He's getting ready to marry a space princess named Zarina, and she does agree to do it because Leprechaun's wealthy and the leprechaun wants to be a king. While they're getting ready to fuck and do that kind of thing, they get disrupted by some off-brand Starship Troopers. The leprechaun has a lightsaber fight with one of them. They have some nice tussles where they shoot 6 feet across from each other in a cave. One of them throws a grenade, and the leprechaun hurt lockers himself and throws himself on top of it and explodes, and he dies. The Starship Troopers they're excited. One of them pisses on his body, and and then like almost like a rainforest parasite, Leprechaun's soul travels up his urine and into his urethra. His dick, his cock. They go back to the ship to party in like the saddest looking club I've ever seen. It's so empty, and they make a big huss and fuss about the guy who had peed on the body. He's getting ready to have sex with this other whore on the spaceship. It's basically just two whores having a good time. What do you expect? They all, they're all like, ooh, he's gonna have sex. Bleh. They go out there, and the leprechaun re-manifests himself through his dick hole, crawls out, and kills that guy. So pretty fun way, nice. That's a nice fun rebirth, right? It's like a different take on the phoenix rising from the ashes. That's not too bad. I like it. Zarina, though, the princess, is held in this room. She's being observed by someone named Dr. Mittenhand, and it's like this really weird German scientist who has a robot body, and he keeps doing this on the camera. It's kind of a reveal, like the whole time he's always talking to you via a monitor, but this time when he rolls himself out, you're like, oh, he's a robot. But he's obsessed because Zarina has regenerative abilities. So his whole game is he's like, ooh, I'm gonna use her regenerative abilities and remake my body because of this horrible experiment that went wrong. And people kind of keep poking fun of him with that. There is a part in the movie, I don't know which part it is, but I'm just gonna say it now, where this creepy assistant of his, once again, does some stuff where it's like touching an unconscious person, blah, blah. It's just really creepy, and then the Dr. Mittenhand rolls up behind him and kind of catches him in the act, and I think it's supposed to be funny, but it's just really uncomfortable and odd. So, leprechaun in space, pretty sweet. From here, the leprechaun is trying to find his bride, and he kind of just keeps picking off all the Starship Troopers in different ways. Like there's one where they have hazmats on, and they're going into like this bacteria, flesh-eating virus room. It's like a sewer room, and the leprechaun has a little hazmat suit on also, and he cuts a hole in there, but by the time that they pull the guy out, he's just skin and bone. He's a skeleton. Once again, you keep going, they keep attacking here and there. He throws somebody off. This girl's holding on for dear life on this like bridge, and she falls off and dies down there. The leprechaun finds his bride, and he attacks Mittenhand, the robot guy, by injecting like scorpion and spider DNA into him, and it like causes him to fucking like spaz out. And by the time that the remaining crew finds Mittenhand, he's like out of his robot suit, so it's kind of assumed that he's transformed, you know what I mean? So they find out about that. Leprechaun walks around, he's like, I can't leave. He starts a self-destruct sequence on the ship. How the fuck would he know how to do that? It doesn't matter. And he's going around and he's like, I need me gold. I can't leave the ship without me gold. And they find it, and they shrunk his gold down to like be really tiny to be, I guess, easier to transport or something. And he's like, oh, you shrunk me gold. And his wife is like, who gives a fuck about your gold? And he's like, fuck you, bitch, and smacks her, and she gets knocked unconscious, and then he grows himself with the growth ray. So now he flips it the other way, and it makes it big. So now he's looking around once again for the crew, and he's a big leprechaun this time. Kind of fun. He's tiny, all the other movies. This time he's big. The other survivors go, they find Dr. Mittenhand, and they fight him. And I will say, Dr. Mittenhand, his like effects for that are pretty sweet. It's like a weird spider scorpion thing. He's acting is really fucking cringe, but it works in a weird way. But it looks great. It's a giant, nice costume. It's really fun. They kill him by liquid nitrogen, and then they shoot him with a gun, so he blows up. Pretty fun. He does mama, and then oh yeah, there's like a weird part too where their captain, who has like a metal head, does like a cross-dressing thing. There's a part where the guy's like, sir, you do look beautiful.
And I must say you look very nice, but tell me something, where's the alien?
It's stupid. He dies though, because apparently he's a robot or something. I don't fucking know. Basically, the ending of this movie is pretty much just like Alien. Basically, the thing is like, they have the airlock, they open it, and the leprechaun Warwick Davis, who's like big, he's like, no! He gets sucked out into space, and he warps, he just blows up in space, and they're like, ah, thank God we did that, and we stopped his self-destruct sequence. It's gonna be A-okay. And then a giant hand, his giant leprechaun hand, goes up to the window, and it flips you off. And I thought that was kind of cute. All in all, this movie, once again, it's my favorite. It's just so stupid and fun. These movies, I don't know if it's just because I'm getting more delirious, or if it's just that these are getting progressively more and more fun. Seeing a large Warwick Davis just walk around, and they're doing like the same kind of practical effects shit they did with like Godzilla back in the day. Love it. Love it. It's too fun. I enjoyed it. Dr. Mittenhand was so cringy and over the top. Great character. It's about a space princess, and Leprechaun wants to be a space king. They're just blatantly ripping off Starship Troopers. It's great. All in all, it's really fun. To me, I don't know how they can hit their stride anymore. This is just classic B, even C tier schlocky horror that is just fun for everybody. I loved it. What's weird is where the fuck's the fourth leprechaun at? Oh, here he is. You're crawling over the back instead of the front, huh? I mean, I like the movie. You missed the whole thing.
Did you like the movie?
I just said I liked the movie.
Did you like Princess Zarina's titties?
No. No, I didn't. There's like that weird part where it's needless. She like flashes the screen and she's like, oh, here you go. And she's just flashing it. And they're definitely just doing that to obviously get some boobs in the film. But then one of the other doctors on the ship, she's like, oh, once you see that species of alien's breast, it means you're gonna die. And it's like, what a clever way of writing that. You know what? That was really fucking
Sorry
stupid in your
about
movie.
that,
I just
folks.
praised.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Okay, here.
Called a little longer than I originally thought, but no matter, we're gonna get into John Rott right now. The last days of John Rott. I hope you enjoyed Hunter's Leprechaun video. I love this video. One of my faves. I just love movie reviews like this when he breaks down the plot, and it's always one of my favorite Meek. I could probably just watch him just break down movies, shows, and stuff. All right. The last days of John Rott. Day 1. Dr. Reinhardt? I looked up from my book to find my assistant standing in the doorway. Oh, of course it's a man. I assumed because it was an assistant, it was a woman. I only read the first line. Yeah, it is a banger. I honestly, one of the first things I'm gonna do when I finish streaming is probably lay down, get comfy, and I'm probably just gonna finish it because I watched like maybe the first 15 minutes or whatever, but I'm gonna rewind it to the part I was at, and I'm gonna watch it again, and then after that I will probably watch what's the Goosebumps, the Fever of any of the Goosebumps ones really, but the Wolf and Fever Swamp, I love that one too. I am considering if I ever make videos on my channel, I am considering doing some movie content, especially for like niche stuff or stuff that I feel like maybe people haven't seen. Yeah, because there's been a few things, or even just newer stuff, newer movie reviews. I am considering doing it. I don't know though. I always tell myself I want to do like regular videos, but I don't know how to edit and all that stuff. So I'm just like, it would be a pain. Maybe I'll just talk about it when I go live. Okay. So we got to start again because it's Dr. Reinhardt and his assistant is Carlos. So, Dr. Reinhardt? I looked up from my book to find my assistant standing in the doorway. Come in, Carlos. Carlos stepped into my office, gently closing the door behind him. You have a new patient to evaluate, he said, leaning on my desk. He looked nervous, like there was something he wasn't telling me. I closed the book and set it aside. Who is it? I didn't spend a lot of time outside of the psychiatric ward, so unless I spoke to my coworkers on the surgical floor, I didn't pay much attention to new patients that didn't require psychiatric care. Carlos swallowed hard, his fingers tapping on the dark wood of the desk. He's a John Doe who got brought in a few days ago after he robbed a grocery store. Employees noticed he was severely malnourished for someone his size and had an intense odor of mildew about him. The police couldn't fingerprint him. Police couldn't fingerprint him? Police couldn't fingerprint him, and he doesn't have any forms of ID. I was confused. So why am I being called in? Carlos ended up sitting down. It's how he acts that's concerning people. He's been refusing all food intake, hasn't allowed us to give him a sponge bath, and he keeps saying he hears singing. I stroked my chin and thought, okay, I'll do the intake interview. I stood up, grabbing the clipboard with intake forms I usually used when evaluating new patients. Anything else I should know? Carlos scratched the back of his neck. Just be careful, alright? He's not violent, but I have a weird feeling about this guy. I nodded, leaving my office and heading towards the elevator. My new patient was in a room on the far corner of the medical ward. The curtains drawn as the glass doors pulled shut. On my way there, I stopped to talk to a couple of nurses to see if I could get some insight on this man. Oh, you mean John Rott? Said the younger nurse. This is a girl, her chewing gum squelching as she spoke. Oh, you mean John Rott? Said the younger nurse. Her chewing gum was squelching as she spoke. Total weirdo. He just sits and stares out the window, or at the wall, and he stinks. The older nurse, a longtime coworker of mine named Claire, nudged her, shooting her a warning glare. Excuse me, did you call him John Rott? I asked. It's something that the younger staff started, said Claire, rolling her eyes. You know how they talk. I frowned. I do, but that doesn't make it any less unprofessional. I folded my arms, directing my next words at the younger nurse. In this hospital, we have a duty of care to our patients, physically and mentally. How would you feel if you were severely ill and the nurse who was supposed to be taking care of you started calling you names? The younger nurse looked down at the floor. I wouldn't like it, though. I wouldn't like it very much, she admitted after a long silence. That's what I thought. Let's keep name calling to a minimum of 0, shall we? This man is our patient, and he deserves the same respect we extend to every patient of this hospital. Understood? Yes, doctor. I noticed a sickly smell of mold when I entered the hospital room. I nearly gagged, but managed to suppress the urge. I was a good psychiatrist after all. And that meant I took the greatest care of my patients' mental health, no matter what their physical ailments were. The man sitting in the bed looked relatively normal. Tall and broad, slick back blonde hair, empty blue eyes, and a strong jaw. Carlos had been right. He was very emaciated, and his hulking frame made that all the more obvious. He shifted his gaze from the window to me, a wan smile crossing his face. Does anyone know what wan means in this context? I could look it up, but I'd be more curious. A wan smile crossing. He shifted his gaze from the window to me, a wan smile crossing his face. There seemed to be strange patches of white on the lower parts of his face and down his neck, disappearing into the neckline of his hospital. Strange patches of white. Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Reinhardt. Stepping into the room and closing the door, the man nodded in acknowledgement, never taking his eyes off me. So I'm noticing on your chart here that you don't have any forms of ID when you were brought here. Do you have a name you would prefer I address you by? The man took a deep, shuddering breath before he began to speak in a deep, rumbling voice. Soon I will have no need of such things. Name, he said, folding his hands in front of him. The movement sent a long plastic tube swaying above him. He'd evidently been placed on an IV drip. But it will make things more simple for you, John Doe soon. I scribbled down a couple notes. Very well, John. Now, I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding how you ended up here. The initial reports state you were found in a grocery store, attempting to shoplift a cart full of organic mushrooms. Is that correct? Oh, God. They needed to be liberated, John said. The mushrooms belong to the ground. Interesting, I muttered. And why do you think they needed to be liberated? The earth is their home. It's not right that they should be taken to fill the bellies of man and beast. He looked down at his hands. Can you hear them, Doctor? Can you hear the song of the fungus? It calls for its children, many voices. I continued to take notes. Yeah, I like John too. And what's up, Swag'em? I like John too, and I like that immediately we can already put the piece together that he wants the mildew on him. He wants to be, he wants to be rot. He wants to be fungus. He maybe is living fungus, as a human, or he is the sage / caretaker. He's the mystical mushroom wizard that takes care of the mushrooms and fungus, and maybe he's been living underground. He's a mole man, basically. He's been living underground, tending to the mushrooms. He's at peace with the mushrooms, and that's really cool. I like that. And I like this whole he seems lucid too, which I think is cool, which I think is kind of a cool choice, because I think it would have been really easy to still have him say all this crazy stuff about mushrooms, but then have him just not answer the doctor's other questions really, and so, or be I don't have a name, and be all just crazy like that. But I kind of like that he's self-assured. I continued to take notes. The conversation didn't last much longer after that. John appeared to go into a catatonic state and would not respond to any more questions or outside stimuli. Later that day, his transfer to the psychiatric ward was approved, and I planned to continue the interview the next day. John was in a much different mood the second day. When I entered the hospital room, he was alert, flipping through a magazine one of the nurses must have brought him. How are you feeling today, John? I asked, lightly knocking on the door to announce my presence. He looked up, his smile broader than yesterday, and a light in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Not so bad. Tired, though. My head's all foggy. I pulled a chair up next to the bed and sat down. I like the view better in here than my old room. Trees are pretty this time of year. They are, I agree. John, do you remember our conversation from yesterday? His brow furrowed. Not really. He reached up and scratched his jaw, and I noticed with barely suppressed alarm that his fingertips were completely gray and shriveled, almost like a corpse. I remember you coming into the room, but I don't remember what you asked me or what I said. I wrote memory issues ? On my clipboard. He sighed. I'm not crazy, he added after a moment, drawing his knees up to his chest. The grayish flesh seemed to extend to his legs as well. I reached over and patted his arm. And I believe that. But I need to know exactly what's going on so we can get you well again. I set my clipboard down for a moment. As a medical professional, I believe that sometimes connecting with your patient meant putting down the clipboard and just talking to them as a person. So, you're telling me your memory is a little spotty, that's okay. For now, let's just focus on what you do remember. Can you tell me what you're doing, let's say, last week? John bit his lip in thought, remaining silent for a few moments. I had a job, he said after a while. I can't remember what I did, but I did have one. I worked alone at my house. Do I have a house? Can't remember if I have a house or not. He scratched his jaw again, sending little flakes of white substance fluttering down onto the hospital blanket. I made a note to ask one of my colleagues about it later. Allergy test. Pardon? He looked up at me, eyes lighting up. I do remember something. I had an allergy test 2 months ago. You know, the real comprehensive one of those tests for 50 different things. I didn't know what he was talking about, but he seemed to have gotten into a rhythm of talking, so I didn't interrupt him. They take these little plastic things with allergen compounds onto them and jab them into your back. Then they make you wait 15 minutes to see if you get a rash or something. Whatever spot gets the most red or has a welt, that's what you're allergic to. Yeah, I was thinking brain fungus. But if it's manifesting so heavily in the skin, or with the flakiness in the skin, I'm wondering if he, I don't know if it's eating, it is moving up to his brain now, but if it ate most of his body first, you know what I mean? If that makes sense, because it says he's emaciated too. So I'm wondering if it was it started in his foot or something. It was like athlete's foot, and then it fucking mutated and grew, something like that. We're getting some weird body horror setups though that should be fun. And I'm wondering, because it says his skin, his fingers were like gray and like skeletal almost. But then also there's the white thing. So I'm like, is the gray different from the white? I'm still a little unclear on that, but. He shook his head. I've got thick skin, Doc, so the scratch test didn't give very good results. So they had to go do an intradermal test. You know what that is? They take these little syringes with the allergens and stick them just under your skin. Hurt like hell. I about cried once or twice. The mold ones hurt the most. They really gotta come up with a better way of doing those tests. Now I had something to go on. My colleague, Dr. Leitner, was a brilliant allergist and a good friend of mine, so he was naturally the first choice to consult about John's allergy test results. This would also have the added benefit of giving me John's legal name. That's good, that's very good, I said. And was that when your memory issues began? Definite bear trap. I think so. The next thing I remember is going home and going to bed. Felt like crap. Next day I go to make some breakfast. Normally I have a kind of stir fry with scrambled eggs, some green onions, sausage, a little cheese, and mushrooms. I knew it. I really like those mini portobello mushrooms, or I did, but that day, couldn't bring myself to eat them. I've been eating that breakfast for years. That day, he ran a hand through his hair. I couldn't even look at them without feeling like I was gonna hurl. What did you do with the mushrooms? I asked. John gave me a sheepish smile. I took the whole plate of food and buried it in the backyard. Still not sure why I did that. Felt like I was, I don't know, apologizing for something? Interesting. What else can you remember? Not much, I'm afraid. Days and nights have begun to blur together like watercolor on a wet canvas. The room was beginning to darken and the sun began to set behind the hills. I moved to turn on the bedside lamp. John stopped me. Please, leave it off, he said, the light in his eyes beginning to dim a little. I prefer to be in the dark. It must have been a trick of the light, but I could have sworn as I left the room that the white patch on his face had spread. Oh shit. Is he gonna turn into a giant mushroom? Are we thinking he's gonna be a mushroom man? I'm thinking we might get a mushroom man. The next day I drove over to... I like the idea of, like, instead of like a mushroom zombie like the cordyceps, you know, in The Last of Us, I like the idea of like a fully sentient mushroom wizard man. The next day I drove over to Dr. Leitner's office on the other end of town. He and I had gone to medical school together, though we had eventually gone our separate ways in fields of study. In fact, this was the first time I had seen him personally in a number of years, apart from a couple of medical conferences and when he was a guest at my wedding. Hi, I'd like to speak to Dr. Leitner, please, I said to a pretty young lady at the front desk. Do you have an appointment? She asked, eyeing me up and down. No, I'm not a patient here. He's an old friend. I wanted to consult with him about one of my own patients. The receptionist chewed on the end of her for a moment. What's your name? Peter Reinhardt. She picked up the phone. Dr. Leitner. Oh, Dr. Leitner, sorry to bother you, but there's a Peter Reinhardt here to see you. Yes? Okay. I'll send him back. put down the phone and smiled at me. "Just down the hall to your left." I thanked her and went on my way. Hans Leitner didn't look much different than he had when I saw him last. His hair was slightly grayer, and there was a bit less of it than there used to be, but he still kept the same twinkle in his eye and the same spry gait he'd had in medical school. When he saw me, he got up from his desk and clasped my hand. "Peter, my friend, how are you? It's been far too long." After a bit of small talk, I brought the conversation around to John Doe. "I was wondering if you could look up some records for me. See, I have a patient I took on 2 days ago." I gave him a brief description of the aforementioned circumstances, including the strange white patches of powdery substance and the graying flesh. One of the few things he remembers is having an allergy test done within the last 2 months. I mean, the man doesn't even remember his own name. Hans literally listened intently before pulling open a file cabinet. "I can't guarantee I'll be able to find the record without a name, but I'll do my best," he said, flicking through the files. "Within the last 2 months, that would be July 20th through August 5th. He pulled out a folder and flipped it open. "Is this him?" he asked, handing me a closed photo. A healthy doppelganger of my patient stared back at me, confident and smiling. "That's him. He certainly doesn't look like that now, though." "What did his test results show?" Hans thumbed through the small stack of papers. "Mild allergies to a few pollen and grasses, as well as a moderate seafood allergy, though not enough to cause anaphylaxis. What about mold?" No allergies to mold. These tests aren't completely infallible, but they are very thorough. What's significant about the mold? He keeps talking about hearing the mushrooms sing, and how he's going to join the fungus underground." Hans tilted his head. "See, most peculiar. He raised an eyebrow at the stack of papers. "Ah, yes, I remember this man now. His name is Joseph Dollarhide. I performed the test myself. He was generally good-natured, even during the intradermal portion. Let me tell you, having 20 syringes stuck into each arm is not pleasant, to put it lightly." He scanned the paper. "They weren't exactly atypical results, for all intents and purposes. Mr. Dollarhide is in near perfect health, as long as he avoids going on frequent hay rides. No wife or children, no family in the area," he trailed off. "Hans, what are you thinking?" I asked. He had that old look on his face, the one that told me he was about to propose yet another ridiculous escapade that would have landed us in hot water with the dean if we were still in school. He looked up at me, gesturing to something on the paper. "I've just found his billing entry," he said. "What do you say? A little road trip?" Day 4. Hans and I met outside a cafe in town. We indulged in a light breakfast before making our hour-long drive to Joseph Dollarhide's home. It was the kind of house I could see myself living in once I retired. One story, a decent-sized porch for sitting, a ways back from the road, single-car garage, definitely the type of house a mid-30 bachelor would be comfortable in. "Nice house," I remarked as we parked in front of the garage. Hans grunted in agreement. When we entered the house, we were both slammed in the face with the pervasive odor of rot. Both of us held our sleeves over our noses as we hunted around. for a light switch. Evidently, Joseph had been keeping up on his electric bills as the lights came on with no trouble. "It smells like something died in here," Hans remarked, coughing a little. We split up to look around, while Hans made his way toward where the bedroom assumed to be. I entered the kitchen only to reel back in horror. What the hell? The kitchen island was covered in gore, dried blood, bones, sundry organs, all of it splayed out in almost artistic arrangement. And it took several moments of looking at the mess to figure out it had once been a deer. I took a closer look, noticing movement among entrails. Bile quickly rising in my stomach, I realized that the little white spots swimming in the deer's dismantled carcass weren't tricks of my vision. They were maggots. I decided to stop looking at the deer. Instead, I opened the fridge to find a sight that was no less disturbing. All the food in the fridge had molded, thick layers of grayish green, white fuzz draped over everything. I pulled the neckline of my shirt over my nose. As I stepped back, I noticed the fridge was pulled out from the wall a few inches, unplugged. "Peter?" I heard Hans call from the back. "In the kitchen." I soon heard footsteps approaching. Hans grimaced at the sight of the deer. "You're going to want to see this. Last door on the right. Do not go in. Just look from the doorway. Shouldn't be in this house." I wrinkled my nose, heading down the hallway to see what Hans was talking about. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like a high school boys' locker room mixed with a manure-filled swamp. And when I poked my head into the bathroom, I could see why. Bed, a simple mattress on the floor, was covered in mildew, in shades ranging from white to brown, a large wet spot in the middle. Looking up to the ceiling, I noticed a large rectangular hole in the ceiling, water slowly condensing on the pipes and dripping down. My brow furrowed. How could anyone live like this? Especially someone seemingly as well adjusted as Joseph Dollarhide. I shook my head, heading back to the kitchen. Hans. "They will likely want to condemn this place," Hans remarked, hands in his pockets as he studied the walls. "We should go outside. The building is crawling with black mold and who knows how many types of mold." We stepped into the backyard, finding a veritable sea of mushrooms, various species. "And God," Hans said, retreating gingerly to avoid stepping on the rampant fungi. "How much do you want to believe none of these are edible?" I asked, half joking. Hans rolled his eyes. "I'm an allergist, not a damn Rockefeller." We left Joseph Dollarhide's house. More questions than answers. Thanks for your help, Hans. This might help restore his memory." Hans shook his hand as we stood next to our cars. "Anything for an old friend," he said, smiling. "I must insist you visit more often. Miss our talks." The next morning, I entered the psychiatric ward as usual, only to find Joseph's room empty. Confused, I flagged down the nurse. "Excuse me, where's the patient who was in 317? The nurse looked over the room with unease. John Doe? He was moved to the infectious diseases last night." "Why? What happened?" The nurse shuddered. "When we went to check on him last night, his face, oh God, his face, it was horrible." "What happened?" I demanded, coming very close to taking her by the shoulders and shaking her. Half of his face rotted overnight. Tried to clean it up, but the mold just kept coming back. The nurse was crying now. The worst part was, he didn't even scream. It's like he can't feel anything. I probably should have stayed with the nurse to calm her down. But I was too preoccupied with the state of my patient to think of much else. I'd never been down to the infectious diseases ward before. It was dark. It was a dark and cavernous place with doctors roaming from patient to patient enclosed in plastic bubbles, their sterile units prickling as they moved. After negotiating with the presiding physician and getting strapped into some PPE of my own, I was led to my patient. He was sitting up in bed, the lamp in his cubicle covered with a cloth to keep the light dimmed. "Hello, John," I said, trying not to retch at the sight before me. Half of his face had indeed eroded away, a black fuzzy substance covering the left side of it. I could see the white sheen on his teeth through the hole in the back of his cheek. His remaining eye fixed on me. "Doctor," he said, and there was an odd note in his voice. I couldn't put my finger on it. "You did not come to visit us yesterday. We were concerned." His mouth twitched into a smile. I could see thin white lines piercing through his gums and inside his cheek, what was left of them. "I may have made a breakthrough in your case, John," I said. "My friend, Dr. Leitner, runs the clinic you visited. He performed your allergy test personally." I pulled out a copy of the photo Hans had given me. "Your name is Joseph Dollarhide." He stared at me unblinking. "No," he said finally. "That may have been our name once, but it no longer belongs to us. As we said upon our first meeting, we shall soon have no need for names. Where we are going, many are one. Where we are going, many are one. Where we are going." So yeah, this is his creepy mushroom voice. I was kind of trying to make him sound normal earlier, but "No," he said finally. "That may have been our name once, but it no longer belongs to us. As we said upon our first meeting, we shall soon have no need of names. Where we are going, the many." Pause, tilting his head, the motion sending a few of his teeth cascading from his jaw onto the blanket. He didn't seem to notice. "But we know names are important to you. If you must have one for us, the name the nurses above called us will suffice. John Rot. It has a nice ring to it. Oh. Who is this us you keep referring to?" I asked, getting increasingly unsettled. "The network," he said. "A conglomeration of roots, other mycelium and her children. We are the ones who try to bleach and burn." I shivered. "Are you in any pain?" He laughed, then a cold, hollow sound with no emotion in it. He laughed. He laughed. Cold, hollow sound with no emotion in it. "Do you care for us, Doctor? Or do you care for the body we inhabit? Why are you here?" I couldn't answer. Did you kill that deer? I asked. It was dead when we found it. We do not kill, only consume. Later, I conferred with the doctors who made the decision to move him down to the infectious disease ward. They told me that they had done an MRI before moving it. The central nervous system was almost completely overtaken by a thin, almost microscopic thread of mycelium. Doctors told me there was no way they could operate. One way or another, Joseph Dollarhide was going to die, and there was nothing I could do. Day 6. Joseph was worse today, or should I say John was worse today. Most of his face was gone. I don't even know how he was still speaking, or how he could maintain eye contact with slim, delicate black trumpet mushrooms growing from the sockets. The mold had spread from his body to cover the bed and floor, soft, foul-smelling carpet. Came back, he said when I approached the cubicle. It's my job, I answered. He lay back on his bed, fingers twitching lightly. The body we inhabit wishes to speak to you. It wishes to bid you farewell. There was a brief shudder and cracking of bone before he turned his head and spoke again. Doc? I was holding back tears at this point, cursing my helplessness. I can't see you. It hurts to breathe. Where am I? He continued to wheeze heavily for a few moments more. Doc, you there? I'm here, Joseph. He smiled as best he could. I'm sorry. Don't be. Thanks for trying. He took a long, rattling breath and exhaled. Is he gone? I asked after a long silence. He spoke again, this time in a chorus of 1,000 whispers. He has become one with Mother Mycelium, as will you one day. There is room for all in the song of the spore. John sat up, his head twisting to follow me as I circled the cubicle. For a long struggle, your attempts to purge us. We required emotion. You would be amused. Why? I asked. It wasn't his time. Could have lived longer. Would have left him. I wasn't just sad. I was angry. But how can you be angry at something that doesn't understand anger? Can you think that should be your choice to make? John's face twisted in a smirk. We are as old as the stars themselves. We are the foundations of the earth. We consume the earth. I clenched my fists, as much in defiance as in despair. For a moment I could almost pretend, as long as I kept him talking, I could pretend I could still save him. I will find a way to stop you, I swear it. Stop us? Laughed, his head tilting back so far it almost snapped off his neck before he suddenly got up the bed, coming up to the thick plastic partition and placing a hand on it. Black tendrils spread out from the point of contact. You must understand us, Doctor. Fight so hard against the decay, thinking it is your undoing. But our consumption is not a request. His expression became almost sympathetic. It is a kindness. a rescue. Are you not yet weary of the pain? I started to walk away, feeling like I needed to get out of this damn protective gear before it choked me. You will cease to breathe one day, Doctor, and you too will join the children of the spore. Song of Celia. Stop talking, I called over my shoulder. He was silent for a moment before calling out again. You cannot kill us in any way that matters. When all life is put to silence, the song of Mother Mycelium will fill the empty earth. You will rejoice in the dark together. You will see it. I went to visit John in his cubicle earlier today. All I found when I got there was a large patch of yellow mushrooms growing out of his hospital bed. I called over one of the ward's doctors, and he went to take samples of the mushrooms for analysis. When he cut them with the scalpel, they bled. The hospital sent me home for a few days to recover from the ordeal. I've started getting a really bad cough. Fingertips are stained black. I think I need to get my allergies tested. The week-old salmon in my fridge is starting to sing to me. Ah shit, he got infected. Of course he did. That's the thing, I wonder. So is the allergy test just a way for him to get mushrooms implanted in his body? That's what the allergy test was for John Rott. And that's why our doctor wants to get it. So, which I guess makes some kind of sense, but also it's like if he's already infected and the salmon's already singing to him, then the mushrooms are already in him anyways, or the spores are, the fungi, whatever. But yeah, that was fun. I think what definitely probably the creepiest part about the story is just the slaughtered deer and the decay of the house, and then when we see John Rott fully fully decayed or whatever, and it was creepy to have it switch back to Joseph before he died or whatever, so he could say goodbye. I thought that part, is maybe the most haunting, just imagining not being able to see or whatever, and just being completely succumbed but still somehow being conscious is kind of terrifying. I think, I don't know, maybe what was maybe a little overdone to me was the amount that the spores or the mushrooms actually talked. I thought that, I don't know, maybe there was a way to could still do that, but do it a little bit less to where it's maybe more impactful when the mushrooms speak, so to speak. And yeah, some of those parts I just felt like were a little hokey or a little corny, but it was fun. It was still in a fun way that it's not really bothering me. I'm just saying if the goal is to just be disturbing, I think if you if you do it too much, it kind of loses some of its vigor. And so, yeah, I mean, I like, where it went in terms of that. I'm also, I was wondering, I was like, oh, is John Rock gonna like break out, and is he gonna like strangle people with like mushrooms, or like, he's gonna like shoot mushrooms out of his hands and they're gonna like go down people's throats or something. But then at the same time, it's like, if he was already infecting people, whatever, just in the hospital bed, then maybe he doesn't really need to do that. Yeah, and maybe that was an influence. Maybe a D&D, very well could have been an influence. And I think it's a unique like monster, like I said, there's some uh, you know, precedent with like the, cordyceps and stuff in The Last of Us, but I think this was an original take on it. Yeah, the telepath. Yeah, exactly. Like if the doctor had the mushrooms in him, maybe he could start hearing John Rot in his sleep. Um, maybe the mushroom. Maybe and they like went into the house with so much of the fungus like in there. So yeah, maybe there could have been something with that. Maybe he could have started talking to his other doctor friend, like, like they all got infected kind of thing. Yeah, I think more of that could have been put in there, and then you could still have it be like saying things without it just being a guy, or a corpse, basically a corpse like standing talking to him. Which, don't get me wrong, is creepy, and the teeth falling out and the side of his mouth all open. Um, it is creepy, but yeah, I think that there's just ways to do it that are maybe a little bit more effective. And yeah, I mean, for how like much of a body horror thing this was, like it really just kind of talked about once his face got infected, and I would have maybe liked to see like parts of him uh like turning into a mushroom, or like what is that like, do his arms get fuzzy too with the mold, and then do they turn into a mushroom, or is there, and then afterwards even these mushrooms bleed, so like is there like maybe he can still hear John, maybe the doctor, rather than the salmon singing, maybe he just hearing Mother Mycela, and so he's hearing John still, and he's kind of tormented and haunted by it. But yeah, anyways, I mean, those are just a few ideas, but it's not a bad story. It's a cool concept, and I think that there is a lot of other fun stuff you could do with it. I would have also liked if like I know the deer was like completely ripped open and whatever, but I also think it would have been kind of crazy if got a weird like mushroom deer amalgamation thing that like chased them out of the house or something. If not chase them, frighten them in some other way. I think that could have been really cool too. Um and yeah, there's just a lot of room to do different stuff with this. Not that what the story did was wrong or whatever in any way. I think it was a pretty solid start on a concept and just on a story that yeah, I would like to see expanded, or I would even you know, care to like, okay, well, this guy's a doctor, and if he gets the sense that he's infected, you know, maybe he's going to do something different this time. So maybe he is going to, you know, like John didn't like the lights, right? Like he was under the lights. So maybe this doctor is going to like, he's going to go to like a tanning bed or something. He's going to try to like burn the fungus out of him. He's going to like completely dehydrate and totally like burn himself to like slow it down, and maybe then his other doctor friend can help him find a cure, or, you know, something like that. And obviously they took a sample of the mushroom, so maybe the government's going to be looking for a cure or have a cure or something. So I think there's cool stuff you could do with it. I think there's room for a sequel. I think that there's even, you know, just more mushroom esque monsters and fungus monsters, because you know fungus is very gross and creepy, and just even the way that maybe the creepiest part is kind of how, and they did do this in the story, which this was cool, was how it just kind of appears on his face overnight. Like it's these white splotches at first, and then it's or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's just, you know, it's just the fuzz just happens. And so it's like that's something, you know, that's what is so creepy about mold and stuff like that, is that it can just come out of nowhere. And so I think there's a lot you can kind of do in that realm as well. And yeah, I mean, a monster of just pure like decay and fungus that's neither alive nor dead, like that's cool. That's an interesting middle ground to kind of walk in. And you know, I'm also kind of curious. So, if this mother mycelium is this hive mind, you know, cordyceps, whatever, whatever you want to call it, is it, yeah, is it like, are people who are taking psychedelic mushrooms, are they hooked into it, or is it only certain types of mushrooms? You know, there's a lot that we don't know about it still that I think is maybe worth exploring. And so how could that unfold in ways? Fun too. Yeah, you could leave it open. I'm not saying you know, there has to be a sequel. I was just saying, or even further rewrite. Like these are some things you could think about incorporating if there is a rewrite, but there doesn't have to be. I think it's a good story as is. I think it's a fun monster. You know, I would have liked. I would have liked to see the monster at least kill one person, but as it says in the story, you know, the mushroom doesn't need to kill. It will consume everything eventually. So that's kind of haunting too. It's like, you know, a monster that is eternal and doesn't need to to hunt you or kill you, because it will take you one way or the other eventually. Either you're already dead or it'll infect you. So that's pretty ominous just in and of itself. So but yeah, I think that's a fun, you know, that was a fun little uh, creepy monster, you know, creepy mushroom monster. I'm here for it. I'll do it. So here's your story, Discord. So we at least, we at least got to your story. So I hope you'll stick around for it, and if not, that's totally okay. Yeah, I know it's a multi-part. We're gonna just read this first part, and then we'll go from there. Probably what I'll do is just read this first part, kind of tease it out, and then maybe on future streams I will just try to read more into it, or read even all the rest of the parts, just finish the series. So here we go. Yes, indeedy. I know what the end of the world sounds like, but no one believes me. Part 1. Series. Content warning. Here's your trigger warning, people. The story contains material not suitable for all children. Viewer discretion is advised. I know what the end of the world sounds like, but no one believes me. There might be some stuff you might not understand the terms of. Just ask. I will certainly do so, since I have you here. I don't always have the fortune of having the author in the chat, so I will certainly ask. Part 1. The sounds of the edge of Earth. It started with a ringing in my ear that wouldn't go away. My friends told me that it was called tinnitus, and that it was related to my time in the Corps. That was 7 years ago, and the ringing hasn't stopped. I'm almost 30 now, and I've been on medication, gotten exams, been on an experimental drug trial, but nothing works. Some days are more bearable than others. The ringing dies down to a low, barely audible hum. Sometimes it's an annoying inconvenience that only makes it hard to hear people. And I ask them to repeat themselves. Sometimes it echoes in my head with a piercing screech, like a train struggling to come to a stop. But it never does. Those days are the worst. I have to call into work on those days, to shout over the sound with a roaring hello. The front desk over the phone. She knows. It's okay, Mark. Let us know when you're better. I hang up feeling guilty about letting my boss down because I'm not at work. Disability checks I receive help offset my time off. If it weren't for that, I don't know what I'd do. On those days, I curl up in bed and try not to go insane from the sound that dulls everything else in the world. My brain feels like it's vibrating. It starts to ache, pounding migraine. Eventually, after a few hours, I'm left lying in a pool of sweat and tears as my body finally gives up and I pass out. Those quiet times are the only relief I have from the ringing. The black, dreamless sleep that lasts for hours, but only feels like a few seconds to me. I swear I can hear a voice. I don't know what it's saying. It sounds so far away from me. I wake up in the dark, waiting for the ringing to start again. Typically, it begins with a soft tone, slowly builds back up to the loudest crescendo. But the ringing doesn't come. Wait for several minutes. Staring at the ceiling, silence is deafeningly loud after so many years of that damn ringing. I sit up, staring out into the black void of my room. The sounds of the nightmare were something I had all but forgotten about after all those years of that constant droning tone in my ear. Sweet echo of chirping crickets, rustling of leaves, soft rolling wind against the walls of my house. I got up and walked over to the window to open the blackout curtain, feeling the soft moonlight shining through my window. The soft wind blows chimes across the street gently. Across the street gently. The pines, typo here, I think. The pines swaying in the breeze, making music that dances in the wind. I opened my window, hearing the soothing tones I had taken for granted when I was young. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the cool evening air on my face, crisp, damp, as it billows in. I can smell the wet grass and damp dirt wafting off the winds as they blow past. I can hear something in the distance. I open my eyes to see if I can see what it is. But the sound stops. I close my eyes once again. It returns. I strain to focus on it, a hushed whisper that echoes in the still night. I can't shake the feeling that it's trying to tell me something. I open my eyes again, and I can see a man walking his dog. For some reason, I get a pit in my stomach. The man is walking his dog across the street, but he turns his head and sees me. My heart begins to race. I slowly duck back into the window. The man continues to watch me. Something strange in his eyes. I can't help but feel something is wrong. I slam the window closed and curl up in space under the window, my breathing shallow and rapid. Paranoid thoughts fill my head as I get up in a panic flurry and rush downstairs at full speed to make sure my front door is locked. It is. I rush to the back door, secure. I run to every window, making sure they're all shut tight, stopping in the entrance to my living room. I turn slowly to see an open window to the right of the front door. Was it open? I ran in here last time? I couldn't recall. I felt my breathing hasten again as I slowly made my way to the entry table, turning the knob on a false drawer. 1 click left, 7 clicks right, 7 more clicks left, 5 clicks right. There's a quick click as the bottom compartment opens. I reach in, I pull out my hidden M18 from its hiding spot. Breathing heavily, I make my way towards the open window, slowly slide, checking the chamber as it chambers a single brass. Take a deep breath to steady my hands, falling back on my training. I shut my eyes for a moment before snapping up to pile. Is that supposed to be here? To peer off the corner of the window, pointing the pistol at the opening, but it's closed tightly. So I push out metal taps. The glass makes a light ink. I whip around and survey the rest of my house. It's dark and quiet. No sounds of movement anywhere. I pull the curtain back and peer out the window, seeing the man bending down to pick up his dog's mess. Continues to walk, never looking back at me. My breathing calms, and I see the man turn the corner, disappear. What the fuck was that? I went back up to my room and lay in my bed, with only boxers and a pistol in me. I flop onto my mattress and stare at the ceiling until the sun comes up. My eyes are about to shut when I hear something again. It starts like rushing water, low, steady rush that slowly blinds. Only it's not in my ears, it's in my head. A screaming, it's in my head, screaming, the cries of a man's voice in utter agony. The sound is so loud in my head, it stops. I sit up, my eyes heavy from lack of real sleep. I think I'm going crazy. I look over at my clock, 7:26 a.m. I need to get ready for work. I get up and put away my gun in my underwear drawer as I grab new clothes and head to my shower to try to clear my head and start my day. I clean myself off and start to feel better. Enjoying activities gone could be so relaxing. I'd forgotten the sounds of running water without the sound of the ringing. Sounds of a razor as it crackles. Sounds of a razor as it crackles passing over the thick stubble on my face as I shave it away. Sounds of my toothbrush scraping my teeth. Sounds of my scrubs as I slip into them. Piddling sounds of splashing water as I relieve myself. With only the sounds of splashing liquid accompanying the sensation. Even the whoosh of the water as it drains the tank below. I get into my car and turn my volume down to normal level. Finally, I can enjoy the songs at a normal volume, not just to drown out my head all the time. I feel a sense of happiness I hadn't felt in so long as they play one by one way to work. I don't remember the last time I felt so relaxed. Pulled into the parking lot of the clinic and to head inside to clock in. I heard dog nails clicking on the tile floor as the assistant brought them to the exam room. Receptionist Sarah happily greeted me. Smiled. Feeling better, Marky? Said, seeing my bright expression. Much better. Anything interesting last night? I queried. 13-year-old female golden HBC, still recovering. For me. Poor thing is all plastered up. Hooked up to a 24-hour morphine drip. And so, damn, sounds like she's lucky to be alive. I said more for myself than her. You'd better get back there. Caroline is gonna have a fit if he has to be there much longer. They had to have her work a double since she called out yesterday. She's going on 16 hours straight now, Sarah warned. I figured it was something like that. I didn't put together the acronym, but yeah, HBC, I was like, from 13-year-old female and then still recovering, and then the plaster, poor thing is plastered up and hooked up to a 24-hour morphine drip. I was like, this dog must have gotten hit by a car. You know. I just was thinking, I was like, that probably means like, or, you know, I meant like, you know, injured in traffic type of thing. Either hit by a car or like a traumatic injury, you know. I gave a finger salute. No, I'm sure. I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, any kind of first responder or medical field. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot need. But at least from the context clues, I got it. That even if I didn't know for sure it got hit by a car, I'm like, this dog has a traumatic if it's on a morphine drip, you know. Yeah, that's good. So far there hasn't been anything like that makes me feel like, well, I'm just lost, you know. I gave a finger salute and walked through the employee entrance toward my work area. I passed the kennel techs who waved at me back. They all knew what I went through daily, but that sometimes they wouldn't see me for days or weeks at a time. Knew the staff around the clinic would be happy to see me back so soon. I was just glad that the sounds I had heard for years were finally gone. Maybe I could start to really enjoy being tech in the field I love so much. It was rewarding to see families reunite after tragedy. Heartwarming. Not every day was happy sunshine and rainbows. Some days it felt like alright. It was hardest on those. One time I had a 15-year-old family cat come in on an emergency. She was an indoor-outdoor cat. It had crawled into the engine compartment during the winter to keep warm. During the early hours of the morning, the owners let the cat outside for the day to explore the neighborhood. It had crawled into what it thought was a safe hideaway for a little nap. Minutes later, the husband left for work and started his car. That's when everything spiraled into madness. I heard high-pitched cries of the poor feline as the timing bells. It was perched on, pulled to a space that was too small for its body to fit through. In a split second, the unrelenting motion of the engine ripped open its abdomen, pulled one of its rear legs completely off its body. The other leg was left hanging by a few tendons. Its intestines boiled and spilled out. The man immediately turned off his car and popped his hood to check what just happened. He vomited upon seeing the screaming, bloody mess inside. To this day, I cannot fathom what it took to out even adrenaline is a hell of a thing. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Some people have said that the mic cuts out. I guess I'll try to read slower. But damn, this, you know, we hadn't really gotten much horror yet. We haven't, don't get me wrong, the tinnitus sucks, and then, like, that would suck to just go through that. And then the issue of, you know, like seeing the guy with the dog and thinking that he might have come in the house or whatever. You know, all that's creepy, but that's pretty typical of the beginning of a story, to like have something that you think goes wrong, but then it ends up like, you know, oh, it was nothing, or the character thinks it's nothing. But this story of the cat is so brutal, and yeah, just so, like, you know, anything about people's pets or animals being hurt is like so hard for people. You know, we have cats, like, Yeah, I figured it was based on a true story. It bums me the fuck out, and then it also like, yeah, it's just so brutal and so real that you're like, damn, Jesus. If nothing else, it's you know, it's very disturbing and unsettling. So it just, maybe it's a little indication of where the story's going. Maybe it's just an anecdote that you know, adds some context to the story. But like, either way, I think it's very effective, and yeah, it just makes me feel so bad for the kitty people involved. As soon as they arrived, they rushed the carrier in, claiming they had an emergency. One receptionist rushed it through the emergency entrance and led straight into triage, while the other called code black over there. Every available hand rushed to the table to assist, bringing possible essentials. The sight that awaited us was something out of a horror movie. As soon as the receptionist squeezed the release, the cat out of the kennel, flying to the floor and smacking hard, wet thud. It screams at it as it used only its front paws to drag its limp body across the floor, leaving streaks of blood behind it. Its one leg dangled by just strands of tendon, horn and intestine trailed behind it. One pet grabbed the easy nap, which is just a simple X-shaped hinge piece, metal rods and nets that were only slightly taut. It was for cornering and catching small but fast animals while safely causing as little damage to the animal or the person. He swiftly napped it closed, held it, pulled the cat up onto the table. I slowly reached my hand between the bars, the netting, scruffed the cat hard to try to keep it from moving. Let out a growl, but I didn't dare let it. I quickly got IV placed and administered painkiller. Fortunately, they didn't seem to. Cats are an unfortunate species that really got the shaft of evolution because there aren't many drugs that work on them intense pain. And even if they do, they don't work well. This is one of those times. What the fuck? I didn't know that. That sucks. The owners were contacted as soon as we looked up information from the microchip and informed of the cat situation. They permitted us to euthanize and told us that they'd be on their way to collect the remains. Tried to tell them that they wouldn't want to see the cat in this condition. They insisted. Man, his wife, and their 3 children showed up, a boy and 2 girls. Children were already crying. Took the husband back to show him their cat. Face turned pale and turned away from the sight. Okay, yeah, the kids can't see her like that. I'm sorry, I assured him. We raised her from a kitten, he said, tears welling up and choking back his. I know you need time to grieve with your family, told him, pain of having lost and beloved family pet. Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully you could just put I'm not even saying euthanize it yet, but hopefully you could just put it like asleep where it's not conscious, and then, you know, obviously euthanize it or whatever if that's what you have to do, but hopefully you could just put it in a state where it's not shrieking and in pain quickly, you know. I led him back to his family, who were all gathered comfort away from the waiting and exam rooms. It's supposed to be it. Yeah. Not I was. It was a place that gave families time to compose themselves after times like this. Children all cries, and the youngest girl tugged on my shirt, begging me to please bring her kitty back. Her father picked up and squeezed her as she grabbed his neck and bawled her tears into the shirt. Nothing we can do. He tried to comfort her. That's good. That's good that Propofol can do that. Those were the toughest ones to get through. As a vet tech, you have to try to close yourself off to that. I wish I could tell you I cried, that I wept with that family too, and shared in their grief. I didn't though. I felt sadness and sympathy for the cat. An N right here, but for the cat. And empathy for what the family now had to go through. After years of seeing things like this day in and day out, it had numbed me to it all. At first, those kinds of things would shock you, but eventually they become normal occurrence. You start to build up a tolerance to them. I had developed a dark sense of humor as a coping mechanism to deal with the things I saw. I would joke with other techs who had done the same. For example, once the cold storage unit had gotten filled up with youths from a particularly rough night, we had to rearrange the animals' frozen bodies so they could fit the fresh ones. I was asked for help from the youth techs and said I needed to help to play Petrus. She laughed and laughed at my quip and helped with my task. That is fucking morbid, but very funny. I like it. Yeah, I did not know that. Damn, that's shocking. Highest sewer slide rate? Damn, that is crazy. That is crazy. I did not know. That is, I can understand the morbid humor for sure. Yeah, that's hard. I mean, I think people that are vets are usually, you know, awesome. So I commend people or vet techs, people who work with animals. My fiance, she was a receptionist at an animal hospital for a while, and she saw some shit, and you know, she was it took a toll on her, I can tell you that for sure, you know, just even being in the reception and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Animals are sacred, dude. Animals are beautiful. So I give a lot of thanks to the people who take care of them. But also I could understand how it couldn't be. I know for me, I could 100% not even come close to doing it, like to working in that field. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a giant pussy. I mean, I think about anything happening to our cats, like I'm just driving to work and I think about anything happening to them and it absolutely devastates me. I think about my dogs who have been, some of them been passed away for years and years now, and it still makes me sad. And I think that's normal, but I'm just saying that, yeah, I couldn't do it. I'm a big softie when it comes to animals. Yeah, no, it's a good story. With what happened like in the first part, I was not expecting it to go into this serious of a, not even a real life, because it was real life before, but I'm just saying, like, I was not expecting it to go into this like kind of in-depth portrayal of this field. But that's good, you know, you're writing from what you know, and that's always a good, you know, place to start, and a good strong thing. And yeah, it's just it adds a lot of real character to a story, you know, it adds a lot of real texture to a story that you know, I think the story could just be about like even that one horrible, you know, cat encounter or whatever, that one horrible patient with the cat, with this one cat. And I think that would be a pretty terrifying horror story that would just yeah, make a lot of people feel sad, you know, sad and disturbed and upset in a way that, yeah, you might say, well, like, this wasn't very fun, but it's like, well, it doesn't have to be fun. It just has to be interesting, and it has to tell a story, and it has to captivate you, and it certainly has done that with the that tech part alone. So afterwards, we called for an off-hour pickup from the local pet cemetery, and they sent their driver to come pick us up. When he finally got to us, I tried to make light of the morbid situation by reminiscing on my joke with him, but he didn't laugh. In fact, he scowled at me. I left feeling uncomfortable. I realized I had to learn to control that side of me around other people. He only processed bodies after they were had already been inside bags. He never saw the things that lay underneath the package. I became desensitized to the things that can happen to an animal. Hit by a car. Usually x-rays will show fractured ribs or shattered pelvis, or if they're lucky, maybe only some bruising or a cracked femur. Once a dog that had been missing for 8 months was suddenly found by the owners. That one was interesting. Euthanized, but interesting. Owners claimed it wouldn't eat or drink anything. Emaciated down to its eyes sunken with dehydration, skin patches of dry, coarse fur, leathery brown from sun damage. It was covered head to toes in maggots crawling in holes in its skin all over. They were in the ears and its mouth and down its throat and coming out of its. So even through all of this, it wagged its tail, tried to give little kisses to us, ate and drank just fine. Owners wanted to put it down though. Vets agreed. The estimate for treatment was just too high and couldn't get approved for a line of credit. That's so fucking sad, dude. A dog that would have been able to recover for sure with enough time, even after all it had been through, still had love in its heart. I didn't believe the owners had it being lost, just as I couldn't trust them that it didn't want to eat or drink. We offered it water and it gobbled down the kibbles right away and lapped up every drop of water we gave it. I think there was something else going on, something I'll never know, because I wasn't the tech in charge of the rig. Put him down in the back. The owners paid, left him there with us without saying goodbye. Deep communal cremation. They never did come back for the ashes. Fucking cocksuckers. It's despicable. I let the last of the water drip into the sink and stepped down into my ISO gown and let the assistant tie up the back for me. Then he held that. Then he held outside of a bag containing the sterile gloves. I grabbed them and slipped them. I had to maintain sterile procedures before going in. This was my ritual. Anytime I clocked in, I suited up and stepped into my foot covering, and then onto a wet towel in a bleach water just outside the door. Technician pulled the door open. I stepped inside quickly and he shut it behind me. My patients waited, and so did Caroline. She looked exhausted and ready to go home, but she needed to run down my list of patients one by one, along their medication and treatment. I listened intently, taking mental note of each animal with their charts hanging off their cages, with shorthand versions of treatment time slots. Then she got the new intake, the last patient. I'm sure the front desk already told you about Muffins, the 13-year-old Golden hit by a car at 2 a.m. while out on a walk with their owner. Lacerations on the left side of their head and lateral. Minor concussion, no noticeable brain trauma or swelling. 5 rib fractures on the right. Front left ulna transverse fracture. And right rear tibia compound fracture stabilized from injury read off. Definitely rough shape outside. Yeah, she's on a constant morphine drip and IV fluids to keep her hydrated. Meds are in the usual cabinet. Docs have her on fentanyl patches every 6 hours, she explained. Someone will bring those for you. She is eating wet food just fine, but refuses dry. She finished, closing the chart. I'd want the good shit too if I was in her condition, I joked. Caroline wasn't having it. She just pushed the cart into my chest and turned to head out. Just do your fucking job and stop forcing me to pick up your slack, she said sourly. Oh. And the owner is gonna come by to visit later. Do not let him come in here. Fucking pricks are gonna contaminate everything. Gross breath. Aye, Captain, I saluted her. She ignored it and quickly made her way out. Let's get to it, I said to myself, gearing up for the long day ahead. I was monitoring my patients for about 4 hours when I got the call over the intercom that ISO had a visitor checking in. That must be the guy here to see Muffins. She hadn't made a peep the entire time, just lay on her bed, slowly breathing from the oxygen mask we had on her. She was so peaceful. I wondered how something like that could happen. Who would be driving that fast down a residential road at 2 a.m.? There was a knock at the door, and the assistant motioned to me, letting me know the owner was here. I prepared the camera so he could see her and headed out the front door. I had about 30 minutes until my next round of checks had to be done, so this was perfect timing. I stepped out and took my gown, gloves, and mask off so I wouldn't frighten him. Owners got freaked out seeing me suited up, sometimes thinking there was more wrong with their pets than there really was. He walked up and asked to see her. He looked familiar. I gestured to the TV on the wall which showed a view of his dog. No, I want to go in and see her. He tried to push past me, but I put a hand on the door, keeping it firmly shut. Sir, this is an area I cannot let you enter. There are patients here in critical condition, like your dog. There are also patients with compromised immune systems that cannot have outside contamination introduced into their environments right now, explained calmly. Why does she have to be in there? Why can't she stay in the regular treatment area? He asked. Unfortunately, we have limited space and she is in critical condition. Once she recovers a little more, we can move her into the general treatment patients. You can see her there. I spoke with practiced patients, and I was no stranger to angry owners who just wanted to pet their beloved animals and try to comfort them. It might be a few weeks, but a few weeks? He cut me off. The air suddenly grew cold. He looked at me, his eyes dark, almost black. I felt fear, the same fear from last night when I saw that man walking his dog, the one who didn't look right. Then his face began to change. His eyes sank in, leaving dark voids where they were supposed to be. His lips curled into a smile, but there were no teeth or gums or tongue, just empty. His flesh sagged around his entire body as if there was nothing between the skin and the bones underneath. You know what it sounds like at the edge of the earth? He said, his lips not moving. I stood there, petrified in fear, my ragged breath forming a fog in front of me. When did it get so cold? When had it gotten so dark? Where was I? There was a piercing wail like a banshee. I felt my head splitting open. I collapsed, fell to the floor, covering my ears. The sound felt like it was shattering my eardrums as the reverberation shook every bone in my body, the echoes of that scream. Mark, are you okay? Toby, the kennel assistant, shook me. I looked up and everything was back to normal. The owner had stepped back in fear. I'm sorry, he said. I just want to see my dog. Yeah, I was gonna say, we're getting the monster now. We're seeing it. I just want to see my dog. I was heaving. My chest was rising and falling rapidly. It's okay. I got up to a seated position, my heart beating wildly in my chest. I gotta get back in there. The man slowly nodded and turned to walk back to the front desk area. I couldn't understand what had just happened, or if it was even real. The man's eyes had turned into voids. The flesh was empty. It was like he had become hollow. I heard the whisper behind me. I turned around with my hands in the sink, cleaning them once more. The assistant was behind me, preparing a new sterile gown. You say something? I asked. No, I didn't say anything, he replied. Are you okay, Mark? You need another day off? You can call Whitney. He loves overtime. No, I said almost too quickly. No, please, I can do this. I'm okay, really. Continued with my shift, although the entire time that word kept echoing in my thoughts. Hollow. That word fits so well as the description of what I had just seen. That man, that thing was so hollow. But the sound it made was like the sound of ringing I had heard in my ears for all that time. A sound that was no longer head. It was. Could it be out there? Couldn't be out there. I looked up and shuddered, thinking, what would happen if something like that could take form? What could it do to a person? Did they even know? That man didn't seem to realize anything was wrong with him, nor did the kennel assistant. Only I seemed to know. It sounds the way it looked. Bum bum bum. So a few things I obviously like all the vet stuff, and I like that it's almost as if this sound is the tinnitus, that this monster is a manifestation of the tinnitus, and that is a really cool idea too. I also like, that he just says, like, do you know what it sounds like at the end of the world? And that's pretty much it. That's like really all we get when the mask drops. The mask of our creature, so to speak. And that I think is really effective and really cool, and it works as the title too. I like that it went there right at the very end, and you know what it sounds like at the edge of the earth? His lips not moving. Yeah, I think that's just a fun little thing for him to say, like, as he's changing, or as our narrator is realizing the horror of it. And it's interesting that, like, now he doesn't hear it, but then he hears it all at once, and then the guy just leaves, so pretty much we're left to assume or wonder, is this all in the narrator's head? It's right now it seems like it very well could be, but this is just part one, so we'll see. But also with the amount of trauma that we've been given in this first part with the vet stories and everything, it's like no one could really blame him. No one could really blame our narrator if it is some sort of a nervous breakdown, or if it is some sort of a, whatever, advancement, like, he has this tinnitus, he hears this constant ringing, and all of a sudden that goes away, but it's, we're left to wonder, like, could it be that he had this, this auditory issue, and now it's changing into a visual issue? Now he's seeing things, and he seems to recognize the guy as the guy who was walking his dog outside of his house. And so it's like that begs the question of, like, is this guy following him? Is this all a setup? Is this dude a stand-in for, like, owners who abuse or neglect their animals? Like, is that why he's hollow? Because these people that just disrespect their animals in such a gruesome, horrific way, like, are they just hollow? So it's posing a lot of really good questions for part one, and it's intriguing me in a very fun way that I think is like yeah, it definitely makes me want to read more, and I really like where it ended. Here's the thing, is like, I think a lot of people, when they write creepypastas or short stories or horror short stories, they think like, oh, I gotta leave them. They leave you on that cliffhanger, right? You know, whether it was like the John Rott story where it's like, you know, well, now I'm infected, or and a lot of them do it, and it's to good effect a lot of the time, whereas this leaves you on a cliffhanger somewhat too. But in my opinion, it's the even better one of where we just want to know more. Now we've seen this creature's kind of face. You get maybe what are some of its powers, or what it's like a manifestation of, and from that, you know, now we are we're hooked in, right? And it's not a but you know, but could it be, you know, could the man, like, and it's not just a sort of an ending where it's like the man was hollow, you know, and I think he killed his dog or whatever, and it's not just one of those like endings where, and then later, you know, a part two comes even with that sort of an ending. It really leaves us, teases us, and it leaves us wanting more in a really fun way. I do think, yeah, because there are some parts where it's like I listened intently, and then like right at the beginning, it's some days are more bearable than others. The ringing dies out. Sometimes it's maybe it's like the tenses. They kind of confuse me at the beginning. I don't know exactly how to phrase it. I'd have to like kind of read it again, or look at it more closely compared to later in the story. I think it's just because our narrator's telling us about his life, where he's like, I ask them to repeat themselves. I hang up feeling guilty about letting my boss down. And so because it kind of starts in that present tense, and then later I wake up in the dark, you know, like, and then it moves into I got up and walked over to the window. So I do think there's something worth kind of investigating there and just figuring it out, like as the writer, just figuring out like, is it just in the present tense because he's talking about this is what I normally do on days when I call in, and this is what my life is normally like with my tinnitus? And then does it finally move into past tense once it's you know, telling the story, or once it's getting into specific things, you know, that are happening like now, today, or that have just happened to the character. So, yeah, I think that's worth kind of just double checking and going through, and maybe as you were reading it, or maybe as I was reading it, you heard it, or you noticed some things. It's something I was noticing at the beginning, but I wasn't sure if it was just intentional, and it might be fine. It might be completely make sense, but it's just something to where when you have a a tense shift like that, it's very easy to, like, I've done it when I'm writing where I've been like writing in the present tense, like I do this, you know, I go here, you know, I looked, you know, but even then it's like, see, I just did it where it's like, but then I say, I looked out the window. It's not I look out the window, it's I looked out the window. And so you got to be careful when you're right, because it's just something I know I've struggled with in the past. I wanted to bring it up. And it's something that you got to make sure when you're doing it, in one, you're doing it for that reason, and then when it changes later in the story, it's because now we're into the part of the story that's not, you know, past tense or not being talked about like it's something that happens repeatedly, you know, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, I think the story's very effective. I think I was a little unsure in the beginning of where it was going with like the tinnitus, but then this guy just outside the house with the dog, I was like, where is this going? But then it all kind of, once I figured out that this person was a vet tech and all that, I think it started to tie in really well. And at first I thought like, oh, maybe this is a little disjointed, or, you know, maybe it's talking about the tinnitus when really we should just be focused on this like dude that's outside the house stalking. But then no, it kind of all comes together in a really interesting way at the end that I found really satisfying. You know, I liked it. I think for part one, it's pretty good. I think the most horror is just in the real life animal stuff. But I like that because I think you're just going to explore that more, and then this hollow man is going to, you know, be a symbol for maybe that like depravity or that whatever, you know. And so there's a lot of really kind of meaningful, impactful, thematic places you can go with the story. And I know the other part's already written, so it's not like anything I'm telling you now is like, oh, this is going to help you with the next part. But I'm just saying that this is the impression the story is giving me, and ultimately it's making me want to read more. And it's also just making me kind of feel hopeful about like this evil. Because sometimes monsters in stories are just monsters, right? They're just the evil thing. They're just the nemesis, right? They're just the bad guy. Because the story needs a bad guy, because the story needs conflict. And then sometimes the bad guys in the story are the manifestation of the pervasive evil that's in the character's life. And the pervasive, maybe not evil, other than the constant tinnitus and the constant sound that's bugging him, I think what also bugs our narrator, or bugs our character, is the people who maybe are just uncaring about their pets, or just completely, you know, just callous about it. And it seems like that is what our monster represents, which is something that it seems like bothers our narrator and bothers most people, to be honest. So it's like, to have a creature that kind of maybe represents that, or that can be a stand-in for that, I think is really cool. And yeah, really, really fun. Yeah, love to see where it goes next. honestly, I will say, for my own selfish whatever reasons, I'm sure this is not where the story's going, but I was gonna say, I really hope I don't have to read more really sad, fucked up, disturbing stories about pets getting hurt or dying or injured. But I know that the story probably is gonna have some more of that, and so I'll just have to make my peace with that. But part of me is like, God, I really hope it just goes into this monster hunt type story where he's like, I gotta find the Hollow Man, I gotta figure out what, that, and there's no more, I hope there's no more animals in any of the other parts, but, obviously, beggars can't be choosers here, and it is a fun setup, and it's something that's really cool. And I also learned a lot. I learned a lot about the vet tech industry and stuff like that. I learned that they have the highest unaliving rates, which is baffling to me, and I think even makes the profession all that much more commendable. So, shout out to you. I can tell that you put a lot of yourself into this story, and I think it shows. I think it really, kind of surprised me in terms of where it started and then where it ended up. It was very good. Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet part 2 has a pretty horrific pet scene though. Yeah. I like I said, I will make my peace with it, and I will deal with it when the time comes. I will just try to remain whatever. I will just think happy thoughts as I read those parts in the future, and I will try to not let it bum me out too much. Because it certainly did have that effect. It definitely, but that's a good story. It should be emotionally impactful, and it was. So that is not to, that is not to demean you in any way or your choice of writing subject. It is more just to demean the fact that I should have thicker skin, and I do not. My skin is paper thin when it comes to that shit. So, don't worry, not as bad as the cat. Well, I'm still worried, bro. That's all I gotta say about that. Now let me ask you, since I have you here, Discord, did you post something on the Creepcast subreddit about having tinnitus? Is that part of your life too? Is that part of your whatever real lived experience? Weren't set up for the test, and the dog was it was a day. Yeah, it was a day. Okay, because that's the thing is, this is the second story I've read now where a character has tinnitus. The other one was much different. It was a series too, but it kind of was going in a completely different direction. I actually don't even think the author has finished it yet. Not that it's a bad story or anything, but I was just curious because now I'm like, there's been 2 stories, and this story just seems so personal that I was like, I wonder if. Because I remember I saw a post where somebody was like, I have tinnitus and I use Creepcast to drown it out, and thank you guys for, and I think they were mentioning how they were writing a story or writing their first story too or something. So anyways, I just wanted to ask because yeah, this is like the second tinnitus story I've had, which I mean maybe isn't that uncommon as like in horror or whatever, but it just seemed kind of weird to me. I'm like, I've gotten 2 tinnitus stories recently, and yeah, I just found that kind of interesting, so I wanted to ask about it. But yeah, to help introduce the monster, and I figured it could have been that too. I just thought it was worth asking, because you put so much of the stuff about being a vet and a vet tech and working in that industry, so much of that stuff in there. I was like, well, maybe the tinnitus thing is, you know, part of your life too, you know. I know that a lot of you know, they say write what you know, so and you clearly did that with the vet stuff. So it was just my own little personal curiosity thing, you know. It doesn't matter, but what a great story, man. Thank you so much for sharing it, and I look forward to reading you know, part 2 at a later date. But this is one that I'm gonna have to do in doses, because like I said, the animal shit, if I was to go and just read all the rest of the parts of that, this would probably bum me out for like you know. I don't want to do it. It's my Friday. Well, it's everyone's Friday today, but I just don't want to, you know, I don't want to do that right now. So but yeah, I think as much as I wanted to get to know Pulse too, yeah, I'm trying to see what stories I have had left. So yeah, I have the okay. Well, I think I'm just gonna save these 4 stories for next time. Unfortunately, I worked all night and now it's 4 p.m. And I gotta still go run some errands. So, yeah, it's. Became a river guide and accidentally joined the fire service. LOL. Yes, Boots. That is what you did. I'm not surprised to learn that you got tricked into becoming into the fire service after already being a river guide. You're like, I have one job that's, you know, kind of dangerous and outdoorsy. What can I do that's like more dangerous and outdoorsy? Oh, fire service. Yes, I will rest well. I appreciate all you guys stopping by. Thank you so much. We have the 4 stories on the docket for next time. We'll probably start with the empty hearse, and then we'll move into no pulse. And then we'll get into I am subject, Icor 7. Not tricked, just impulsive. Okay. Whatever you say. Yeah, there were some fire stories. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, we gotta do that. Good one, rude dude, good one. Ayo, 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 ayo. Alright, well, thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. I'll see you next time. Please, you know, go support these authors. Go upvote their stories if you liked them. Read their other stories. More than a few of them have other stories and stuff listed on their page. You know, that's one of the most important things anyone can do. And I know a lot of the people in the chat right now are reading other stories. I know I'm more just talking to anyone who's watching on the VOD later on. You know, read other people's stories, comment, upvote, you know, find people who maybe you think they have a similar writing style to you, or maybe you think they have, you know, you can help each other. Maybe you both have really different writing styles, but you both respect, you know, and like each other's work, and maybe reach out to them and, you know, start a partnership where you guys each read each other's stories and give each other notes, because you know, that is how this community grows, but that is also how we all become better, and ultimately write more too. I think having people to bounce ideas off of and give you notes on stories, it only just encourages you more, and encourages you, you know, kind of gives you, like, if not a deadline, a thing to look forward to, where you're like, oh, I want to finish this story so I can show it to so and so, you know. Yeah, definitely, you know, definitely look into it. You know, don't be afraid to just put yourself out there, and like all these people who, you know, commented on this post and put themselves out there. It's like, you know, I asked for it and people delivered, and I think that is just so cool and so appreciative of it. And yeah, we found some absolute banger stories so far. I've only done 2 streams with posts from this, but I mean, I've already probably found, I'll have to go and look at the stories from last stream too, but it's like already a lot of good stories, and just a lot of really different stuff too, which is one thing that I want to do on my streams. Is I want variety, and this really enables me, so I really appreciate it. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all later. I might stream again this weekend. We'll see what I end up having time for, but adios amigos.